All right. Hopefully that's better. I don't know why that would have happened. I'm hoping that that fixed it. And regardless of whether or that, I just have to add the same details to YouTube stream again now because I had to start a new one. So if you could bear with me for like one moment and let me know if it's actually better. Are we back? Hello? Anybody? Have you considered threatening your internet tubes? Unfortunately, I live in Australia, so no, that doesn't work. Is it still bad? At this point, there's nothing else I can do then, because it's not out of me that's doing it. Which is annoying. Can you, like, even... Hold on, I'm gonna open my own video and listen in for a second, because I need to know if I can even be understood. Second, because I need to know... I can hear myself. Okay, it's fine. We're gonna have to make do with it the way that it is. I have no idea why it's doing it, but it's not my internet settings. My internet is looking pretty good at the moment. I could end YouTube stream entirely. That would make it better. Twitch has been fucky with other streams the last few days too. Not sure if anyone else has been experiencing that. I haven't seen it. My internet safety features are disabled while I'm streaming, so it's not affecting it now. But there is one thing that I just thought of that I could probably do. One sec. I just unplugged my LAN cable from my TV. Not that it was on or doing anything, so I'm not sure if it would. The stream delay is also really big now. God damn, why? I have no idea what's happening with my stream. See, this is the Trump administration. This is Amazon working with the enemy, trying to make it so that my stream is unwatchable. Welcome, 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 Varroa. Sorry for the technical issues just for a second. Yeah, it's probably on the Twitch end. You guys might want to jump onto YouTube chat because YouTube chat seems to be looking like it's working much better right now. What's up, long leg Homo sapien? Is it stuttering when I speak or like when a video's playing, by the way?
And U.S. Central Command is monitoring the developing tension in the Middle East. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has authorized the voluntary departure of military dependents from locations across the CENTCOM area of responsibility. CENTCOM is working in close coordination with our Department of State counterparts, as well as our allies and partners in the region, to maintain a constant state of readiness to support any number of missions around the world.
Guys, we're going to war. Like, I'm sorry to tell you, but we are going to war. Okay, so first off, this is footage reported to show Israeli Iron Dome surface-to-air missile batteries being moved near Silwad in the West Bank, with several Israeli sources reporting that the increased movement of air defense near strategic sites throughout Israel. It's still not working? What's the actual issue? Like, what actually is the problem? Because it's not... Like, is it that you can't hear? Is it stuttering when I speak? Is it stuttering when the video's playing? Because I can see that the bitrate isn't doing great right now, but I don't actually know why. I'm on the lowest possible latency, too. Thanks, Conspiracy Nuts. I'd rock harder if the stream actually worked. Yeah, sorry guys. Yeah, try YouTube. YouTube should have better latency right now at the moment. I don't know what's up with Twitch. But these being moved, the surface-to-air missiles, the Iron Dome battery, in response to everything that's going on is pretty scary. There's no sound, but, you know, they're moving the Iron Dome batteries specifically to secure strategic sites. Your whole screen freezes? Like, on this page? Can I even stream today? Like, what am I supposed to do? Okay, hold on. Because I didn't change any of my settings. They're all fine, but let me just check that they didn't change themselves. Okay, maybe that can help a little bit. Yeah, no, I got nothing. I got no actual physical issues on my end. All of my settings are exactly that they've always been. Fuck. We're literally about to go to war, and I can't report the fucking news. There are Israeli jets currently flying over Syria and Iraq about to strike Iran, and I can't report the news. I'm not going to that cursed website. Well, it's good enough. Welcome everyone who's on YouTube instead. I guess today we're doing a mostly YouTube stream. All right. Yeah, YouTube stream is good. Then it's absolutely Twitch's fault. That confirms it. Cool. Let me just make sure that YouTube chat is primarily on there. An incorrigible heathen, go to YouTube. What's your idea? Yeah, welcome in, everybody. Well, like right now, again, the Israeli jets flying over. We have scheduled talks that are likely to not happen. A new geo-confirmed map has been created just for Iran, which is a huge red flag. And probably the biggest red flag is that the Domino's Pizza near the White House has surged in activity well above normal levels for Wednesday around 5 p.m. Now, back in the day, at least before Biden, this used to be a pretty good indicator of whether or not the Pentagon or the White House were busy. And Biden stopped the practice, but it doesn't surprise me that it would come back under Trump. So, yeah, Dave Cole, sorry about that. I don't know what's up with Twitch today. This is really bad, though. Showing that, like, not only is everyone aware of what's happening, Trump's teasing, like, oh, you'll see what happens. And then at the same time, we have Israeli jets flying over Syria and Iraq. Second squadron of fighter jets entered Syrian airspace, flying over Quneitra and Daraa. Which servers are throttling you, censoring you, because who knows, Amazon's in bed with the Mossad and IOF. Well, I mean, they are. They're also in bed with the Trump regime. So don't forget to drop a like on the YouTube stream and follow over here. So Preston, our friend that makes good videos, put out a video on this just recently, about a couple hours ago. I want to get a rundown from him over what like the OSINT community is actually thinking is going to happen here. But I want you to understand that the risk of like actual war with Iran is probably the highest it's been in years right now. So what's the plan? Attack Syria? No, not Syria. They're flying over Syria to attack Iran. The plan is to go through Syria and Iraq, where they're going to have refueling aircraft, which we have 2 U.S. refueling aircraft headed to the region, but America might not be on board with it. They have their own refueling aircraft. So F-35s, which is what Israel would likely use. Let me pull up a map really quickly. Don't have the capacity to fly all the way into Iran from Israel and do all of the targets that they would want to do and then fly back. But they could hover refueling craft right over the edge of Iraq or over the edge of eastern Syria, fly in, do their targets, refuel on the way back. And that's what seems to be happening here.
To happen in the Middle East. In just the last 24 hours, the United States has begun preparations to evacuate personnel from a few U.S. embassies. President Trump said something's changed with Tehran. He's not as optimistic that they're actually going to get a deal done. And then just earlier today, the Iranian defense minister threatened to attack U.S. military bases in the region. So let's get into what we know. Starting with some statements that just came out within the last couple hours. This was reported by the Associated Press, saying the State Department is preparing to order the departure of all non-essential personnel from the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad.
They also put out so that any military families or military personnel in the region can leave. It's just lagging out like typical when a channel gets put on the no watch list by Twitch staff. I didn't even know that that was a thing. I feel like a new war is something even Republicans won't like right now. Well, we're in a new war. They just started a civil war. They're invading the country. Trump's talking about he wants military in every state, and they're talking about within the next week, 5 different blue states are going to get hit with massive ICE raids with military backing them up. And so I don't think America can go to war with Iran right now. We're at war with ourselves first.
The potential for regional unrest is according to 2 U.S. officials. The State Department, however, is also authorizing the departure of non-essential personnel and family members from Bahrain and Kuwait. That gives them an option on whether to leave the country. The Pentagon is standing by to support a potential evacuation of U.S. personnel from the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. We usually wait a while. That's not something we tip our hand with.
That's a pretty fucking big deal that we're doing that.
If we know something's coming, we wait quite a while, to the last minute, before we say enough's enough, time to get the embassy personnel out. So this is an indication, especially if they go through with those evacuations, that some sort of military action is imminent. Now, this comes just following some threats by the Iranian defense minister, Aziz Nasrallah, apologies in the pronunciation there, who said, quote, some officials on the other side, talking about the United States and Israel, threaten conflict if negotiations don't come to fruition. If a conflict...
Literally, Israel has been trying to go to war with Iran for a while. The only reason that this hasn't happened already is because Trump was the one telling them to not while we were in active negotiations with them. Trump really wants a Nobel Peace Prize, so he would have been willing to, make a deal with Iran, but clearly that fell through.
Conflict is imposed on us. All U.S. bases are within our reach, and we will boldly target them in host countries. So, therefore, saying that they are ready to go after U.S. bases, not only in Iraq, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, and maybe elsewhere across the region, hence the evacuation order, or the pending evacuation order at this time. Now, just yesterday, President Trump was on a podcast where he was talking about the ongoing negotiations, the nuclear negotiations with Iran, and he said this is harder than expected. He's less and less confident that
it's harder than expected.
Anything is actually going to get done. And I think it's worth giving a listen to see how his tone has changed on this and how that lines up with these other statements coming from Israel, Iran, and the U.S. State Department. Let's give that Trump interview here a listen.
You're going to be able to stop Iran from enriching its...
I don't know. I did think so. And I'm getting more and more less confident about it. They seem to be delaying, and I think that's a shame. But I'm less confident now than I would have been a couple of months ago.
Especially when this is followed by Trump saying that the United States will never allow Iran to have nuclear weapons, when Iran's saying, we don't want nuclear weapons, we want nuclear energy. But, we've been saying that for a while. There are currently Israeli jets in the fucking air headed there, so it looks like we're about to pop off.
Happened to them, but I am much less confident of a deal being made. I would have said a deal would be made.
They did.
Something happened to them?
No, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I really...
China talked them out of it?
I have instincts about things.
You think China talked them out of it?
No, I don't think China has anything to do with it. I just think maybe they don't want to make a deal. What can I say? And maybe they do.
So what does that mean?
There's nothing final.
What happens then?
Well, if they don't make a deal,
thanks for the
they're not going to have a
follow,
nuclear
Barora.
weapon.
Right.
If they do make a deal, they're not going to have a nuclear weapon too. But they're not going to have a nuclear weapon, so
I think already
it's not going to matter from that standpoint.
To be fair, I think that they acquired a nuclear weapon in February of 2024 because we've seen seismic activity that would track with them doing underground nuclear tests. I would be more concerned for America having nukes. Honestly, yeah, I would too.
But it would be nicer to do it without warfare, without people dying.
Yeah.
It's so much nicer to do it. But I don't think I see the same level of enthusiasm for them to make a deal. I think they would make a mistake, but we'll see. I guess time will tell.
I guess it's like Russia as well. I mean, what What?
All right, so what President Trump is getting at there is really the hard line has been from this administration and quite a few is that no, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. The enrichment question is one that's been debated back and forth, even in this current round of negotiations. But the hard line is no nuclear weapon. And the way that President Trump has generally outlined that is the easy way, negotiations, and come to some sort of deal, like a JCPOA type arrangement.
The thing is, we wouldn't have this issue if he didn't pull us out of that deal to begin with. And again, they might already have a nuclear weapon. And third, what does it matter? Also, remember that just this week, Iran claims to have stolen, or rather accessed, classified Israeli intelligence, particularly relating to Israel's nuclear weapons. So this could end in like both sides just trying to hit each other's nuclear facilities.
The military option, as in the United States and or Israel, maybe together, maybe not, go in and destroy the Iranian nuclear facilities and prevent their ability from developing any sort of nuclear weapon. That is the kind of veiled threat, if that's even veiled at all. I mean, Iran knows exactly what he's talking about when he's saying, you know, I hope they decide to make a deal because the other option would lead to a lot of death and destruction. The challenge here, and what
I think, Lanky Sapien, the not knowing whether they do or don't is a useful tactic in trying to deter violence against them. Like, hey, we might already have one. Israel does this too, for example. And also, yeah, welcome in everyone to YouTube chat. Sorry about Twitch today. I honestly think that it is Amazon's fault. I blame Twitch. Drop a like on the YouTube chat. This is one of the reasons that I stream on multiple platforms at once anyway.
Seen is this is the United States and Israel hell-bent on Iran not getting a nuclear weapon, something I personally agree with. But the way this is going forward is everybody trying to figure out how far can they move through these negotiations before having to make the determination that military force is going to be required, because you don't want to have to make that decision late. From Iran's perspective, they don't want to sit and wait and hope that the United States is just bluffing and then their nuclear facilities go up in flames and now it's too late and they've got to start over and rebuild.
I mean, that's
Israel's looking at the same thing.
at.
In fact, there was just an article that came out a few weeks ago in the Times of Israel.
MAGA war, MAGA versus California. It's actually MAGA versus America, really. We're going to cover all of that. We have a lot of protest news to talk about, but we do have to talk about this first. When did Israel become nuclear capable? Let me double check. It was not all that. It was between 1966 and 1967 is when they most likely got their first nuclear weapons. But, I mean, this was news actually not that long ago that broke how Israel deceived the U.S. and built the bomb. If you're curious, go and give that a read. It was actually quite enlightening. And it's wild that I'm 5 minutes delayed on Twitch. Usually YouTube is the one that has the latency issue.
Israel, where they say, quote, Bibi, talking about Prime Minister Netanyahu, is waiting for the nuclear talks to collapse, and for the moment Trump will be disappointed about the negotiations and opening to giving him the go-ahead, said one of the sources. In that clip we just played, did that not sound like Trump was getting disappointed and frustrated?
It did.
This
indeed.
was written by Times of Israel like 3 weeks ago. So they kind of saw this coming. They say, according to the sources, the Israeli intelligence community now thinks the nuclear talks could collapse soon after previously believing an agreement was close. One of the sources said the military believes the window to attack Iran may soon slam shut, requiring Israel to move fast if the negotiations do not pan out.
True.
And this threat has been there so consistently from Israel and the United States. If negotiations don't work out, military option is on the table. You don't want Iran, if that's actually going to go forward, you don't want that to be a hard and fast. We, on Monday morning, say, I guess the negotiations aren't going to work, we're withdrawing, and then on Tuesday or Wednesday, the military action is carried out, because that gives Iran time to prepare. They know that it's coming.
The fact that we are pulling our diplomats out of the embassies in the region, the fact that we have said that U.S. military personnel families can withdraw from the region, is enough to tell them, oh, okay, something's happening. Israel has had nukes since the 60s? Yeah, they have.
So there's some indications right now that Iran is getting ready to reject the current negotiations, which might open the door for some sort of military strike.
Which
but
would
before
track
getting into
with
some of
where
the
we are
details
now.
on that aspect of things, a quick word from the sponsor of today's video, Free Spoke. All right, I think you guys are really...
All right, I think we can skip that bit.
All right, so looking at a couple other key aspects here as it relates to Iran.
Now, also, before we get to there, remember the fact that not all that long ago, about a month ago, we moved quite a lot, like, I mean, an insane amount of U.S. military hardware into the region. I'm talking, like, a third of our B-2 bomber fleet. I'm talking several more F-35s, 3 Patriot missile batteries, THAAD missile batteries. I'm in one of those I hate everything moods. Does anyone else get those recently? Yeah, look, we all get those. It's not necessarily that bad to be pissed and hate shit right now. I hate a lot of things, but there's a lot of good things happening too. In fact, I have some incredibly funny stuff to show you once we get past the fact that we might be going to war in a second.
Put out a note a couple days ago, I think this past Monday, saying that they have tested a 2-ton warhead. Now, I want to be careful here because we haven't seen any pictures, haven't seen any videos, and we have no additional details.
Yeah,
so there's a couple different ways to interpret this, but at a high level, this is generally being viewed as Iran signaling to the United States and Israel, hey, we are testing a weapon system that would be capable of carrying a missile payload heavier than normal. Probably, that would lead people to believe, it's either a high-yield conventional warhead or potentially even a nuclear-capable delivery system. This is above and beyond what we believe Iran has in their arsenal right now. So simply stating that they're testing that weapon system is a signal that they're moving in that direction and that they're ready, or maybe even hinting that they have that capability should they decide to use it. There was also an interesting...
Which is good, because that is one of the things that makes it less likely that they get attacked, at least when we're dealing with rational actors, and unfortunately, we're not dealing with rational actors, so...
A statement earlier this week that now seems much more relevant. We've been talking about the rockets being reallocated from Ukraine to U.S. troops in the Middle East. And a lot of the pushback here has been, hey, Ukraine is under direct bombardment right now. And these were rockets that are being utilized to shoot down Shahed-style drones. In Russia, they call them the Garan-style drones, but they're essentially the Iranian Shahed drones. Russia originally got those from Iran. They've started developing their own internally. But any sort of attack that Iran carries out across the Middle East almost certainly will include some of these Shaheds. Ukraine has found out that these APKWS rockets, surface-to-air rockets, have been very effective or used in a surface-to-air capacity.
Why are we moving the rockets that Ukraine was using to beat back Israeli drones out of Ukraine and into the Middle East? Well, that would tell me that likely we feel like we might actually need them. Yeah, absolutely. YouTube is working better than Twitch today. Twitch is just genuinely fucking throttling me, so... jump over, drop a follow, drop a like. Thanks for everyone who has. Look, this is bad. I'm going to be keeping a watch to see if anything new comes from that as the time goes on, because it should be within the hour that the first planes actually reach their targets, if that is actually the case. They turned off their transponders before they entered into Iraqi territory. So how about the Civil War? Yeah, exactly. Let's jump over to the Civil War. Let me get a couple of links open here. But the Civil War has been interesting. Now, LA has been continuing to pop off, but we've seen protests now pop up all over the country. I'm talking like New York, Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, Portland, Denver, Chicago, San Francisco, like literally everywhere. And part of this they want, part of this is something that benefits them, because the idea of there being protests all over the country is what's being at least planned to be used to justify the Insurrection Act, calling this like they're already calling us insurrectionists. They're saying that these protesters are all insurrectionists and they're doing a violent, disgusting, trying to overthrow the government, blah, 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 blah. And so I think that right around the time after Trump's birthday parade is when they're likely going to start going after other people, other states. In fact, we've seen just today, where is this?
Breaking just moments ago, NBC News reporting that ICE is preparing to deploy tactical units known as Special Response Teams to 5 Democratic-run cities. Those cities, Seattle, Chicago, Philadelphia, Northern Virginia, and New York. It's not clear if these raids will begin immediately But all special response teams in those areas have been told to be ready to deploy.
I think that will be coming right around tonight, tomorrow, this weekend. Remember also, Trump has said that if you protest his birthday, he will kill you. Which I wish I was joking. I really do. I really wish I was joking. But no, it's this is the plan for his parade, by the way, which is so fucking cringe.
So I am standing right now where the President of the United States is going to be standing this Saturday for the Army's 250th birthday. Behind me is going to be the parade, but right there is the White House.
Oh, they're in Philly now too.
Yeah. This is pretty awesome.
We're gonna have this is civil war. They're literally sending the army into states. This is what that is.
Take Strikers, M1 Abrams. We're gonna have
this is why you have a Second Amendment. This literal scenario.
The might of America. We're gonna have 250 soldiers re-enlisting right here. Secretary of Defense, Vice President of the United States, President of the United States, as the Golden Knights descend from the skies with the flag at sunset to hand the president.
Like they found the one U.S. Army member whose autistic hyperfixation is like event planning.
The United States a flag after soldiers re-enlist. This is going to be amazing. We have Warren Zeiders, who's going to be doing a musical performance starting at 6:30 p.m. right here. So tune in, because this is an amazing opportunity. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to see and celebrate American soldiers.
You know how little people actually care? Because no one does. Seat fillers needed for June 14th, Constitution Avenue. Team Ellen Events is looking for seat fillers and extras to provide their time for space maximization and attendance perception for an event taking place in Washington, D.C. on June 14th. Extras and seat fillers will check in the morning on June 14th at 9 a.m. Extras are required to wear red, white, and blue clothing. They will be provided a red hat to wear. Gold accessories are acceptable as well. The team will advise the extras where to stand or sit according to the line of sight from the VIP viewing platform to the area. Extras and seat fillers will be paid a flat daily rate and will be will be provided a lunch of fast food and soda. We encourage people of color and ethnic groups to sign up for maximum perception control, and these individuals will be prominently displayed on the televised broadcast and local viewing screens sent by the VIP platform. Compensation flat fee of $1,000 paid in cryptocurrency provided by Fight LLC. Oh, every accusation actually is a confession. They're bussing in paid supporters to make it look like people actually care. Literally every single time, every accusation has been a confession. It's sad I might need to exercise my Second Amendment right the way it was intended. I mean, yeah, that's why you have it. I want to see JD and Trump kiss in front of the flag at sunset. They might. Tin Pot Dictator? This is Tin Pot Dictator shit, yeah. Bro, dad's probably had to pay for other kids to come to a child's birthday party. This is, like, actually the case. Also, speaking of child's birthday party, President Trump warns that anyone who protests at the U.S. military parade on Saturday will be met with very heavy force. Like, you better not protest at my birthday party or I'll kill you. That's what he's saying here. His shitty fucking birthday where they're gonna have someone parachute down with a flag. By the way, this parade, no matter what they do, is going to be underwhelming because Washington, D.C. does not have the streets fit for a military parade of a scale that won't make us look embarrassing. There is no way to have this parade be bigger than, let's say, Russia's Victory Day parade this year, and we're infinitely stronger than Russia. But now we're going to look weaker because this parade is going to be dog shit. I dare him to meet me with very heavy force. I mean, same. I hope the venue is completely safe and that Trump does not get hurt or worse. I mean, it will be safe. It'll be a safe venue. I demand Franklin. All right, Ilirda. Come here, buddy. Got him. Oy, 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 oy. Hi, buddy. I know you don't like me picking you up like this. Absolutely insane. Yeah, I'm not going to protest, but I will point out that he's overcompensated for something. Well, I mean, I'll be streaming it. I'm going to be covering it the entire time. It is starting at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The parade actually starts at 6 and ends at 7:30. I will be on pretty much the entire time. We'll be watching what's happening, and we'll see. But also, I am wait, what day? It's Saturday. Saturday the 14th. If only his broke-ass supporters can afford to go. Well, you know, that's why they're getting paid to go. I was going to show you this when we were talking about Israel, but I got distracted. This I found incredibly funny, but this is exactly the case.
Mr. Mamdani, would you feel comfortable slicing open your left hand and swearing a blood oath that you will never again criticize the state of Israel? No, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that. Fuck you. Mr. Cuomo, do you like pizza? I like spaghetti and meatballs and smelling my assistant's hair.
Yeah!
Oh, that's Italian.
It's the state of the country. That's the state of our country. Now, look, if you are going to go to a protest and you get arrested, the only advice that you need is this.
I'm Denise Heberly.
And I'm Bill Goodman.
Together, we've been fighting fascism for over 50 years.
And so much has changed over those 50 years, such as the ingredients to a successful firebomb.
And the glass that bank windows are made of.
But there's one thing that hasn't changed over 50 years, something that is so important to tell you kids who are new to this movement.
Shut the fuck up. You're sitting in the police transport van after a protest?
Shut the fuck up. In a holding cell with your comrades?
Shut the fuck up. Cop knocks on your door?
Shut the fuck up.
Texting on an unsecured device?
Shut the fuck up. Pulled over by the cops after a protest?
Shut the fuck up. Cop just asking about your day?
Shut the fuck up. Feds, call your mom?
Tell your mother to shut the fuck up.
Now, repeat after me. When the cops come calling, what do you do?
Shut the fuck up. Keep that in mind. It is your greatest protection. I like them. I do too. I do too. I do too. Because these are the people that are on the other end of it. These are this is how the right behaves now. This is how they think that they are entitled to behave. This is in a Texas Senate hearing.
Anyone else like to speak on this item?
Map 7.
Okay, hang on. I will recognize who the speakers are. So you may go.
Map 7 was not available.
The next time there's an outburst of any kind, I don't care who it is, we are clearing the chamber. The end, no more warnings. Okay, yeah, that's not how this works, so I'm sorry, you're not allowed to speak.
Okay.
All right, he is done. Remove him immediately.
What happened?
Well, I'm following the decorum policy. We're not going to be called racists. The end.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're not allowed to call us racist. Well, we're going to kick you out for that. Like, that's where we're at now, guys. By the way, like, there's a lot of police violence. I mean, like, there's a lot of... The police have been just absolutely trying to murder protesters, and we're going to have a look at that as well. I need you to understand, like, where we're at and that you need to be safe. This U.S. parade is looking like Pakistan victory parade after being beaten. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, but if you are an Indian Hitler coming in here to talk shit about Pakistan, I will ban you. YouTube has an internal censor policy. That's annoying.
Get him out.
Is
Glenda Diaz?
Decorum policy?
You read the decorum policy and you figure it out.
It's racist in the decorum policy channel.
Profane, slander, all those things.
It's racist.
Max Potenza, Glenda Diaz, and Geraldine Jackie Cox.
Mark.
Remove him from the building. There's a lady on the aisle that just turned around and looked. The one next to her, please remove her from the courtroom.
The United States Constitution establishes the separate...
Thank you, ma'am. You're done. Carol Peters.
You're all dishonest, cheaters, and racist men.
All right, remove her from the building, please. Aguilar.
It's like fucking
There's
evil.
a lady on the aisle right there in a gray sweatshirt, the one right next to her. Remove her from the courtroom. She keeps clapping.
You're not allowed to clap now, guys. You're not allowed to clap now. This is fucking insanity.
The kid right here in the green shirt, remove that one from the room.
Be quiet
Thank you.
and
Your time
actually
is up.
listen to your constituents.
Your time is up.
Because your constituents
Remove
are
her.
telling
Get her out of
you
here.
that they...
These are people that you pay their salary. They work for you. You are the one paying for his salary. His job exists for you. This is Texas.
Do not want these maps.
Get her out of here.
Better you listen to them.
This is the most
Thank you,
snowflake
Renee
shit I've
Thomas.
seen in a while. Yeah.
So now I'm calling for the vote.
I have an additional comment.
Your time is done.
No, that's not true.
That it is, and
no, it's
where
not.
unless you have a majority of this court.
No, Mr. Cradaville, go look at Robert's Rules of Order,
Yeah,
newly
calling these people
revised,
children is an
12th
insult to
edition, page 400. Do you
Evil shit. Evil fucking shit. And by the way, like, remember, they're gonna invade a bunch of cities very soon. They are trying to kill you. The police want you to die. It is absolutely 100% attempted murder. Kat Abuzala, who's running for Congress in Illinois, has said that her campaign office in Rogers Park is a safe place that welcomes everybody except for ICE. She's out there protesting, by the way. If you live in Illinois, here's your next fucking congresswoman. Vote for the woman that's out there protesting with you. This is totally a violent protest. It's the police doing the violence, though. Yeah, it is. It is.
Be there a little bit, but it seems to be getting less and less because they're going.
Oh yeah, this is I don't know what he actually tried to say here, except the only bit I got from this is that the leftists recruited the wildfires for, like, not that they started the wildfires, but that the wildfires themselves were leftists that burned down half of Los Angeles. That was about the only coherent bit I got from this, but
Be there a little bit, but it seems to be getting less and less because they're going there and they're met with a very heavy force. And if they weren't, you would have that city right now would be on fire. It would be burning down. The rest of it, what's left over, because the other fire was started because they wouldn't allow water into LA. They wouldn't allow water.
we weren't allowing water into, again, it's just, they will just make shit up. No amount of truth will ever actually make it into the minds of the right. Yeah, damn leftist firebenders.
Into California because they had it all shifted out to the Pacific Ocean, and I turned it around. And I told them to do it in my first term, and they didn't do it. We had COVID, and they didn't do it. And I told them to do it. We did it in the second. Now we have billions of gallons of water flowing down.
You could call a vowel movement. This is a vowel movement.
But Newsom should have done this. He's an incompetent man, an incompetent governor. Okay, any other questions?
Literally, by the way, Newsom's numbers are so up right now after trying to start a fight with, after like Trump tried to start a fight with him. Everyone loves Newsom more. And Newsom is quite demonic himself. So it's funny that it's gotten so bad that people actually like Gavin Newsom better right now. Hearing this man speak makes me feel like a genius. Yeah. Also, like, I'm just getting through some of the lighter news first. This was fantastic. Fan-fucking-tastic. And this is what I want you to respond to, everyone who talks about, like, oh, but they're not, but look at the Mexican flags they're flying around. Motherfucker, you people fly Israeli flags at protest all the time. Shut the fuck up. Like, it's the double standard needs to be called out. Stop playing around with these people.
Possibly ingest that if you were Tom Homan, you would arrest Gavin Newsom. Do you believe that Newsom should face consequences in a legal way?
These people drape themselves in Confederate flags? Good point. Yeah, here.
Look,
I have a
that's
source
not my
for that
lane.
one.
I'm not going to give you legal analysis on whether Gavin Newsom should be arrested, but he ought to be tarred and feathered, I'll say that. I mean, look, he's standing in the way of the administration and the carrying out of federal law, right? He is applauding the bad guys and standing in the way of the good guys. He is trying to... He's
Donald Trump...
It's hard and feathered, huh? By the way, here's what, like, Gavin Newsom's aura has right now. They fucking called him President Newsom by accident.
What What Donald Trump wants most is
That's
your
the aura.
fealty, your silence to be complicit in this moment. Do not give in to him.
Listening to President Newsom, we had heard earlier today he'd be delivering this address at 6:30. Obviously, there were some audio issues.
I did see the film Civil War, Josh, and honestly, I wouldn't surprise me because we see a lot of cases in like the right wing actually try and move towards like movies. I mean, we're building Cyberpunk 1984 anyway. First president of the West Coast Republic, the new California Republic. Wow. States are going to divide by Dems and Republicans. They're literally trying to make that happen. Josh, you have to understand that the Civil War isn't an accident. It's their doing.
Because you're not alone. We see why Trump is necessary, because who are the rioters? Remember the tens of thousands of men that flowed across the border, almost all entirely men. Where did they go? I mean, I guess some were deported, but most of them, they're not deported yet. So, I mean, these are the Biden riots.
These are the Biden riots. Guys, they don't believe in reality. They don't believe in reality. Here is someone from the U.S. Army and their take on the situation. I think you should maybe take this guy a bit more seriously than Gutfeld.
So I came back to the office to do some paperwork that I need to get done, but as California erupts into chaos, I just want you guys to be careful out there. Can't say much. Those of you who know, you know why I can't say much. But just take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. This is why these guys are so strong, because we're not taking care of each other. We're not looking out for each other.
He's correct.
We're not doing those things that is said in the Bible. We're not holding those things tight. Living word by word. We're picking and choosing. This is that time. We need to stick together. Only divided will you fall. So, again, take care of each other, and I'll be back when I can.
Take that shit seriously. Living Lily, I'm not gonna go grab the cat right now just because it'll take me a minute and I'm in the zone. But I'll bring the cat up in a second. I wonder if our general lean conservative or liberal. They lean neither. By the way, guys. Remember when we talked about the fact that the New York Police Department has a branch office in Tel Aviv? You know who else has a field office in Tel Aviv? It's ICE. I didn't even check notification that it got on Twitch because my homie senses were tingling. Based. Guys, like, take it seriously. They want you fucking dead. They hate this country more than anything in the world. They hate this country.
For a little breaking news, we are also going to be restoring the names to Fort Pickett, Fort Hood, Fort Gordon, Fort Rucker, Fort Polk, Fort A.P. Hill, and Fort Robert E. Lee.
By the way, I think that's our answer on whether or not the military is gonna withhold their oath. These guys are cheering for fucking Robert E. Lee.
We won a lot of battles out of those forts. It's no time to change. And I'm superstitious, you know, I like to keep it going, right? I'm very superstitious. We want to keep it going. So that's a big story. We just announced that today to you for the first time. They said, why didn't you wait till Saturday? I said, I can't wait. I got to talk to my friends here today. This is a record crowd. You know, you never had a crowd this big. That's an honor. You think this crowd would have showed up for Biden? I don't think.
They literally have to fucking show. What do you mean? What do you mean? They're the military. They don't have the choice to not show up.
I got to talk to my friends here today. This is a record crowd. You know, you never had a crowd this big. That's an honor. You think this crowd would have showed up for Biden? I don't think so.
They literally have to.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
So, yeah. They hate America. They hate every bit of this country so much. They care more about the Confederacy, which is a failed movement of literally people who fought a war to not be America. Oh, and I wanted to remind you that the Marines that were deployed into LA, They're not even fucking deployed yet because they didn't have the training required for them to do domestic law enforcement. They're literally in a stadium in LA practicing domestic law enforcement right now. And yes, they're literally on orders to be at that fucking speech. Like, it's kind of ridiculous to say that for some reason they wouldn't be showing up for Biden. Are you kidding? But this is what the Marines are doing now. Is that hat constricting blood flow to his brain? No, that's the syphilis that he probably got in the 70s, putting holes in it. They spent time eating crayons instead of training. Well, like, they have training. It's just this is not part of their training. The Marines are not trained to be domestic law enforcement. They're not. They have no idea how to do that, so they have to learn. Those Marines would no cap get cooked by some Hong Kongers? Probably. But also, understand this, right? This is what the Marines are cheering for. Do not have any hope that the military will withhold their oath to the Constitution.
In many ways, it's tougher when they're not wearing a uniform because you don't know exactly who they are. In Los Angeles, the governor of California, the mayor of Los Angeles, they're incompetent, and they paid troublemakers, agitators, and
literally the people who are paying supporters to show up for their parade.
Insurrectionists. They're engaged in
this
willful attempt to nullify federal law and aid the occupation of the city by...
The occupation of the city. Think about the words that are used here. Insurrectionist, nullification of the law, occupy the city. These are war terms. We are at war. They have declared war. Like, I'm not, like, even trying to fearmonger here. I'm not saying you should go do violence either. You shouldn't. I'm saying that the United States government has declared war on California.
Criminal invaders. That's what it is. They're invaders. No different. Their position is that the rioting will not stop unless ICE withdraws from Los Angeles, and...
You know what? ICE should release the hostages. How about that? How about if you people release the hostages, then the protests will stop? Does Los Angeles have a right to defend itself? Do Angelinos have a right to defend themselves and live in peace without being invaded? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. California has militias and they have a right to exist. Yeah, they have a right to defend themselves. I think California, look at this peaceful place that is being like invaded by these monsters.
My grandma, who only watches Fox News, she called me today. She said, "You need to get out of LA. LA is burning. Aren't you scared?" Meanwhile, this is what's going on in LA.
It's gonna copyright the music.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. I got snacks. Sometimes people look at me crazy.
Living Lily, they're literally paying people to show up. I showed this earlier. Birthday. Hold on. Set fillers being looked for the birthday parade. They're paying them $1,000 in cryptocurrency, and they're looking for specifically ethnic people to come sit in front. So I'll link that in the chat for you guys to have a look at.
Crazy when I say
these are these monsters have come in. They're attacking this beautiful city filled with lovely people. You know, like this is the protest. This is what is the leftist fucking violence right here. No, I don't know. I don't know. But I do know that they're not hiding their disdain. Pam Bondi calling this a third world country, saying LA looks like a third world country. Meanwhile, it's literally just people fucking dancing. Which, to be fair, they're dancing and they're brown, so, you know, third world country. I'm going to the protest in LA tomorrow. I brought a full medic pack and camcorder to film. Base. Good. Stay safe, and remember, if you get arrested, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up if you get arrested. Now look, this is the only mentality that I want to see at a protest going forward. This is the mentality I want to see from each and every one of you going forward. Iran war, I just got here. Yeah, we haven't seen any strikes yet, but
This is our city, and this was Mexico. You can't kick us out of the land that was ours. Donald Trump! Fascism! Let our people free! Let our people free! Suelta nuestra gente!
What's the windblower for?
Just for the fucking tear gas to blow it back at those motherfuckers. If you have a fucking blower, bring it up! Push them back! We will not do 1992 again with your fucking tanks! I was 12 then! I'm 44 now! I will die for my fucking kids! And all of these young people are here are my fucking kids!
That's what I want to see from you. I would die for my fucking kids, and all of these protesters next to me are my fucking kids.
Because I'm an LA native mom! These are my fucking children you're fighting! You! Major Bass, if you can hear me, expect me in your office on Monday for attacking my children!
If you could say something to Donald Trump right now, what would you say?
Donald Trump, you can suck my left nut, you can get out of my drawer. You're just Mecca Salma Hayek wouldn't give you the time of day, and because Claudia Scheinbaum make you look like a loser.
True! True! Claudia Scheinbaum does make him look like a loser. If you're wondering why I think we're going to war with Iran, it's because A, we have US military and embassy personnel being pulled out of the Middle East right now, evacuated actually. Israel's moving their air defense to more strategic locations. There are Israeli jets that have taken off, crossed into Syrian and Iraqi airspace within the last 2 hours, as well as US officials saying that negotiations with Iran over the nuclear deal that was supposed to happen this weekend are probably not going to happen. And yeah, it's pretty bad. It's also, again, I think the best way to see if there anything's going on now is there's a lot of pizza deliveries to the White House and the Pentagon right now. Second squadron of fighters. I still haven't seen any confirmation of them hitting anything, but we'll see. But I do love this. 10 out of 10. That's the behavior that I want to see from you guys. That's the belief that I want to see. And also, like, have fun making fun of these motherfuckers.
I am prepared to go to jail today. There's a strong possibility that I may end up in jail. I'm going to go to the front line of these protests and take on these lunatic liberals head to head. I'm going to stand strong. I will always fight for America, for Jesus Christ, and for Donald Trump. Let's go, boys.
Hey, Captain Dude Bro. You know, I gotta say, it's very noble of you to stand 8.5 toes down on business as you go down there and you confront those big bad meanie Democrats. Nice. You're really sticking it to the people, sticking it to the man.
A MAGA instigator was arrested
And I'm
today?
sure
Good.
that you were the perfect man for the job, so let's see how that went for you.
This is fantastic.
ICE is coming for you. ICE is coming for you.
Are you a lesbian? You're wearing Birkenstocks.
ICE is coming for you.
You're wearing Birkenstocks.
ICE is coming for you.
Legend.
What? Are you a lesbian? You're wearing Birkenstocks. That's like, literally, it actually does embarrass these people, and it makes them less likely to continue doing the shitty things that they do. This might be the funniest video I've seen in a long time.
You go to cover, nigga. I'm fake, nigga. I know you do, dog. I'll spit on your plate. I'll put my dick on your plate, nigga. Fuck your family. Fuck your kids, nigga. That's how it is. I can't sleep comfortably because of you.
He be fucking getting a whole fucking plate. He be fucking expecting us to give us a whole fucking shit. That nigga right there.
Do you go to cover?
His fucking mom. Yeah, you do, nigga. Stop playing. Yeah, you do. Nigga, act like I don't know your fucking face. Stop fucking playing. Fucking talking about, can I get a fucking discount? Can I get a fucking this? Can I get a fucking that? That nigga right there. Point that shit at him right there. Point that shit at there right there.
He doesn't look like he
For
go to
today,
cover,
yes,
though.
Chase, it does. He definitely does go to kava. He's not going to that kava anymore. Dude's like, I will put my dick on your plate. The way that he's holding his hand out, this is like an anime moment.
You go to cover, nigga. I'm fake, nigga. I know you do, dog. I'll spit on your plate. I'll put my dick on your plate, nigga. Fuck your family. Fuck your kids, nigga.
Like, this is the behavior that works, though. This kind of shit not only embarrasses them, but it gives them something to like. It's amazing.
Nah, he little as hell though.
Holy
Hey, yo, he little as hell. He like 4'1". Hey, yo, he can't ride the roller coasters. He can't go to Six Flags.
Haha, you can't go to Six Flags. Like, it's amazing.
He can't go to Six Flags.
Perfect height to lick a boot. True. And like, believe me, they are licking boots. You know, like the army the National Guard that got federalized and is now the army has just been fucking standing there with no one in front of them since they got, like, no one has fucked with the army. And they're just like in front of the federal building. That's it. They're a waste of space. That's a waste of taxpayer money. They don't want to be there. It's fucked up. This is the one instance that CNN actually reported the news properly, because everything else that they've reported has not been reporting the actual fucking news. It's been ridiculous what they've been saying, and also what's been happening. But like, take a look at this, right? So first we have the actual like, Trump is exaggerating disorder to justify the use of military on US soil. True. Bringing back the shame. Hell yeah. But also, like, the press needs to understand that they're not fucking safe.
Police. Press. He's with me. He's with me.
I have my verification.
This is SS shit.
Yeah. He doesn't come through. You do.
Sir.
I have to go. Okay, go. Are you grabbing me? No, I didn't touch you. So wait, okay.
I need two guys to go over there.
So it's, you can see, Jake, it's a little chaotic. So
literal
what they're
tyrant,
trying to do is
You guys gotta keep walking.
we're going to keep walking. We're going to keep walking. And then I want you to take a look over here. Police.
Stop being civil with these motherfuckers. They're not civil with you.
On, I hear you. Am I seeing Jason Carroll being? What happened, Jason?
I am being detained. Laura. I'm not being arrested. Correct, officers?
Did you hear what he told you?
No.
We're letting you go, but you can't come back.
Okay.
Actually, hold on. This one's a better video. Here's what's actually happening. You're under arrest because you're with the press.
How are you?
You guys are under arrest because you're with press, okay?
Okay.
You're under arrest because you're with press, okay? So that's where America is now. Welcome to Russia.
But we have to take you out of the circle. We're going to direct you in the direction that you need to go.
Okay.
Do not come back, okay?
Do not come back.
Do not come back, okay?
Got
You'll
it.
be arrested.
Got it. This is the crew right here. This guy. Let's go.
Get your whole crew over here. Get your whole crew right here.
Yep, this is it.
We're going to take them all out one at a time, so you guys all catch up at the other end.
Yeah, one at a time, too.
We're going to officers are going to walk you down that way, okay?
Okay.
So what I need from you is to put your hands behind your back. They're going to walk you. Okay, you can hold on to your paper.
This is what you get for licking their boots, CNN.
Wait till I call you. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
So, like, courteous when they're arresting you for, doing your job.
Yes.
Using your First Amendment rights.
What?
No, I'm trying to see if there's a specific place for you. Let me check.
I don't remember it, Learda, but I'll send you the video in a bit. And, like, can look into it. I didn't look too deeply into that one. Here is a literal reporter getting shot at. Look at this. Watch this. I wasn't quick enough. That's the rubber bullet, by the way, that hit this, that literally hit the journalist in the head. They're 40 millimeters. That's what the rubber bullets are. They're not small. They can fucking kill you.
Just got shot in the head.
This is what they're using. That's what the rubber bullets are like. And here's the worst part. This is what CNN was doing for them. Like, before they got arrested. This was the type of fucking coverage they were putting out. Oh, and big shout out to fucking Cinemarxism for this, because that's Cinemarxism stream. And this video went fucking viral. Watch this.
The
But I'm sorry, I'm just trying to do this and keep the microphone up before it gets really loud if they start firing again. These are what people in the crowd have been firing at the ground. Those caused some of the explosions.
What?
Like a phone.
That's literally a lie. These are the rubber bullets that the police shoot at the protesters.
Thing, you can smell the explosive on it. That causes the police to immediately respond.
What?
Charge. And we've seen a lot of people fall. We actually, our shot was down for a couple minutes here because we were running a little bit out of breath. Just because you have to get away from them. They just start running.
What are those?
Start firing a lot.
Wait, does anybody know what those are?
Yeah, and there's rubber bullets back there that now I can't see. But when there was a
I'm going to give you another second.
The protester were.
I'm going to give you another second to catch your breath. Stay with us. But
what are those?
A second to catch your breath. John Miller.
Those are foam ammunition.
Dusk.
Somebody has to know what they actually are, though.
They are. They're literally these. That's what those are.
These.
But
what are those?
Okay, let's fucking Twitter.
These?
Those are foam ammunition.
Dusk.
Somebody has to know what they actually are, though.
This is often.
They're 40mm rubber rounds. With the blue one, but what are the smaller ones? I think it's just like the bottom of that thing.
Going to become the issue
He's right.
for law enforcement.
What?
What do you think is happening?
So they're just making bullshit up for the fascists, just to be like, oh, you know what? This like the radical left is throwing explosives at the police. No, the fuck they're not. No, the fuck they're not. Hey, remember why we needed the army? This is what they're doing now, by the way. They're just fucking standing there. Nothing. Nothing. Jobless motherfuckers. They don't want to be here. They have no reason to be here. They have nothing to do. No one's trying to, like, come into this fucking building. They're full of shit. And by the way, this is how the police are behaving.
What's your badge number? I'm giving you warning. No, warning about what? I'm asking you a question. What's gonna hurt? What's gonna hurt?
It's 40mm.
Why are you gonna shoot a fucking 40mm to someone 3 feet away who's asking your badge number? What am I doing? Huh? 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 Go ahead. What is it? I'm behind glass. What is your name and badge number? You work for us, bitch. What is your badge number? What is your name and serial number? I'm behind glass. What is your badge number? What is your name and serial number? Why'd you rip the name off your helmet? One more time. What's your badge number? All right. Hey. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. What's your badge number?
That's okay. I'm gonna pop you right now because you're taking up my focus.
Yep. This guy's wild. Even his fellow cops tried to calm him down. Absolutely, but they're monsters. By the way, this is what the protesters are doing. Literally stopping looters.
Making us look bad. Damn. Now you're good.
Literally, the protesters are stopping looters. Meanwhile, the police are trying to murder people. They are. I mean, there's the clip that went viral the other day of them trying to get the horses to trample on somebody, which, by the way, apparently Asmongold said some shit like, oh yeah, that's great. I have no problem with that too. Insane motherfucker. Look at this. This woman literally picking up a bucket, like getting it out of the street. Hands up, like, I'm not doing anything.
Oh, you fucking bitches! Fuck you, bitches! Oh!
Here's, like, these are fucking teenagers. Here's this, LAPD helicopter talking shit like it's a goddamn Call of Duty lobby out the, like, speakers.
Behind there, I can still see you. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hide behind. Hey, that black SUV, I got the plate. I'm coming to your house at 5 in the morning. Hey.
I got your plate. I'm coming to your house at 5 in the morning. Really? Like, this is where we are.
Yep, you. Throw something else, I dare you. Throw something else, I dare you. Do it again. Do it again. Let's go.
This is, by the way, the police trying to instigate more violence. They want to piss off protesters so that protesters go and do violence, and then they could say, well, look at the violent protesters. By the way, this is Representative Sydney Kamlager Dove, and I didn't know who she was, but I do now.
Let's also be clear, then the borders are said that he wasn't going to do it, because obviously if they did arrest Gavin Newsom, then it would change the narrative, and then it would be about the illegal arrest of a sitting governor who was elected by the majority of voters in the state of California, and not about a felon who was in the White House who is manufacturing chaos to distract from the fact that he is cutting hundreds of billions of dollars in needed programs that will kill people. This is about if it bleeds, it leads. So he has created and manufactured violence so that he can have a show on the television. But other people, older people, folks who are disabled, young people are going to be bleeding.
This is the first time that I've seen a US elected official use the words, this is going to kill people. Not like this could kill people, this could potentially harm people. No, this is going to kill people. I've been saying this for months. This is the first instance of I've seen an elected official saying it. Hell yeah.
When Medicaid gets cut, when people are evicted from their homes. Let's also be clear, in the border.
100% correct. 100% correct. And then there's this one, which is like the worst I've seen so far of a cop that just wants to hurt you. But you need to understand that the police at these protests often do just want to hurt you. Especially when we're talking about LAPD and NYPD, because we've seen in other places where the police actually were siding with the protesters, and we'll check that out too. I need to pee really quickly, and then when we come back, we're going to watch this woman get shot while she's trying to walk to her fucking house. I'll leave it open, and then we can, like, analyze it together once I get back in a second.
I'm going to show you clips of the bullshit that's going on. I encourage you to see the whole video. I'm tagging the creator down below.
I want us to focus on this guy right there. Look at him. Trigger happy as fuck. So I just showed you him, right? Look at that. Oh, what's passing by? Where's our money going, right?
This is somebody on her way to her house, which is down the street for her apartment. She's asking them.
They're telling her to move, but that's a public sidewalk. They're telling her to move. Watch, if they shoot her.
She was just asking them a question. That's it.
A cab. A fucking cab. A cab.
Come here.
Here, it gets worse. It gets so much worse. What?
Sit down. Where'd it get?
She's crying.
Billy, fuck off. She's not doing anything.
They are. They're evil.
Come on. We're moving, assholes. Oh, you got it.
These are subhuman people. Like, people don't act like this. Human beings don't do this. They don't have humanity. They have literally none. By the way, remember, almost every police department in the United States goes to Israel to train with the IDF. So does fucking ICE. There's literally field offices for ICE and NYPD in Tel Aviv.
Hang on.
Where do you think they learn these tactics?
Out of their sight. Here. I got some supplies in my bag. Sit down.
Come prepared.
Also, yes, always bring a med kit to a protest if you know how to use one.
They're gonna shoot. We're moving! We're moving! Stop! She's injured! Come on, we gotta get her off the street.
They're going to shoot her again.
Come on. Guys, I am fucking boiling after that shit.
Do you understand that all of this is because they want to piss off the protesters and have protesters go do violence? This is them trying to instigate violence from the protesters.
Because what are we gonna do?
This is the result.
You can't even go up there and cross the street to go to your fucking house without getting shot.
Sure, yes, you can, TF in
I'm
Japan.
going to show you.
Like, this is evil. Like, it's just this woman is protecting and serving. Yeah, that woman's doing more of the cop's job than any of those cops are. Again, the protesters are stopping looters while the police are talking shit out of a helicopter like they're playing Call of Duty and shooting just people trying to go fucking home. By the way, this is a good analysis of this protest.
This is fantastic and vital documentary photography by Philip Chung. I love this image. Let's talk about what it is telling us. First of all, the thing that caught my attention right off the bat is this dividing line. I mean, it is a solid line. It's a barrier. There's one side, there's the other side, and it's a clear division. The second thing that I noticed about this is look how many people are on this side, hundreds and hundreds of people. And up here on the bridge too, more people, all on one side, united against an oppressive side. Look at what everyone is holding. On this side, you have tools of violence. You have weapons, and you have zip ties, restraints, armor. And on this side, you have tools of documentation and communication. It's phones, it's cameras, it's people wanting to tell the story, to get the word out about what's happening to them in their communities. And this is also their best chance at protection, is to document what is happening. So much more you could read into this too. These sides of the highway are going in the opposite direction. One is moving away from us, almost like it's going off into the...
Sorry, update. 17 minutes ago, U.S. officials have been told Israel is fully ready to launch an operation into Iran, per CBC. Iran may respond by striking U.S. targets in Iraq, which is why we're pulling out. These planes are already in the air, by the way. So I guess we're doing it. We're actually fucking doing it. I have to fly back through LA tonight from Japan. Good luck. The airport's fine. Leader of the Iranian-backed Iraqi militia, KSS, just posted a threat of insurgent action against U.S. and allied forces in Iraq if a war with Iran were to break out. Yep. No new wars, President. Shocker. Absolutely, yeah.
The distance into the past. And the future, the way that most of us want things to be, is coming towards us, towards the viewer. It's a great photo. And this is why documentary photography is so important. It allows us to look more...
No. This is Biden's protest, actually. Remember? It's Biden's protest. Yeah, I should tell you guys, when I got tased by sheriff in my apartment, almost died in the hospital. I hate the cops. That cop is evil, by the way. This is new. I need to see this, because this is a statement out of Canada that just came out, and I don't know what he says in here.
Canada can no longer view the United States as an ally. We know that Donald Trump doesn't believe in liberal democracy.
That's fucking huge.
He doesn't believe in the rule of law. Canada is an open and inclusive society. Little wonder that Donald Trump has denounced our nation as one of the nastiest countries he's ever had to deal with.
True.
And we'd be fools to pretend that his threat to, quote, get rid of the border by using economic force has somehow abated.
Absolutely,
we can't kid ourselves about the threat that's being posed by Donald Trump. Prime Minister Mark Carney is not inviting our nearest neighbor.
It's not common for a state rep to just say that. It's literally unheard of for America's closest ally and trading partner to say we can't be America's ally anymore.
Neighbor and friendly ally to join us in the G7. Prime Minister Carney is not inviting the leader of the free world to Canada. He is welcoming in Vladimir Putin's sock puppet. Canada...
it's huge. This is a once in a century level talk. Yeah. This is a turning point, and I'm very much in favor of it. Things are changing fast, and people are actually starting to pay the fuck attention. Specifically made sure no one enlisted that disgraced with his policies were not in the crowd, mostly young, dumb, and full of fucking... Yeah, the infantry. Sorry, Twitch chat is so far behind because... I don't know, Twitch wants to screw me over. So I'm just answering a chat from, I guess, 10 minutes ago. By the way, here, look at LA. This is why, by the way, no one hates the fire department. No one hates the fire department because the fire department is based. Bloody YouTube copyrighting the music. Great. Love to see that shit. What I don't love to see is this, which, by the way, if you're in LA and this happens to you, you better be fucking suing.
Holy shit, bro. Oh, God, damn,
They're shooting random cars.
in his car, bro. Careful. Oh my God.
Shooting at car with children in them. These are terrorists attacking this like these are terrorists attacking California and kidnapping people. If you don't want protests, then release the hostages. Stop holding hostages. Stop invading the state of California, which at this point might as well become its own fucking country. This was hilarious, by the way. Just like a little filler in here of very funny. Let's deport ICE. Hell yeah.
What is this?
That's a Sam Piker, girl. That's my man.
Yes.
Period. Oh, not you, girl. He like the twinks.
Except Marge is like a twink.
He got a fucking
Period. God damn, he is big in person, girl.
Look at them boots, honey.
Girl, that ass.
Top or bottom, you think?
Girl.
Top or bottom?
Hassan Pike me.
As if it's here. Hassan Pike this ass, honey.
This is so very funny. Hassan Pike this ass. Creative. I'll give them that. It was very funny. Alright. Now, we also have Chicago. Which is great. Is Hassan out in the protests? Yeah, he's been out to the LA ones a couple times. I don't know if he's out today, but... Chicago? Happy to see ya. More in Chicago. More from Chicago. That's a big-ass crowd. We were talking how Hassan is sexy as shit and I'm straight. I mean, I personally am gay, so, like, he's alright. Yeah, that's just, like, footage from that protest. Trump is trying to, but we aren't there yet. Biggest issue is the cops and ICE at the moment. Military is just optics. Yeah, well, the military hasn't done much at all right now. It's the cops and ICE trying to manufacture violence so that they could justify using the military. They've also said already today that there will be new raids in several states. I mean, like, they're going to be deploying to...
Breaking just moments ago, NBC News reporting that ICE is preparing to deploy tactical units known as Special Response Teams to 5 Democratic-run cities. Those cities, Seattle, Chicago, Philadelphia, Northern Virginia, and New York.
They're assaulting the country. This is literally an occupation. They have, like, thousands of troops occupying the city. This is what you get when you try and invade a city. These are our streets. And Marines and NG, well, first of all, they're not National Guard anymore. They were federalized, so that's just U.S. Army. They're just the Army now. They're not National Guard. That was when they weren't federalized. Now they're just part of the U.S. Army. The Army and the Marines are doing nothing. The Army is literally sitting outside of the Los Angeles Federal Building, just holding a line. There's not even a protest in front of them. And the Marines are training in a stadium because they didn't have training for domestic law enforcement.
Things are getting really heated in Chicago. They're taking somebody away. So... just minutes ago in LA, protesters went on the 101 freeway. And
this was from yesterday. They're just dragging people, beating people, shooting people that, like, are doing literally nothing wrong. Here is a Marine in Dallas who spoke out against ICE and against the president. In fact, Dallas, the police even joined the protesters.
We are not pawns for Donald Trump's agenda. Why now? It's because the military was called upon.
The people are looting the Apple Store are so freaking based. I agree, but I think what's more based is the protesters stopping the looters.
On innocent protesters. We, in our oath to serve, we serve the people of the United States. The Constitution these constitutional rights are being stripped and just denied, and the military will not be pawns to that. So I'm calling upon the conscience of military members who served previously and now.
Not anymore, Lanky Sapien, because, you know, those people who go into places like Kava, they're not welcome anymore.
We have a duty and moral obligation to say no and resist evil. We are not pawns for Donald Trump's agenda. Why now? It's because the military was called...
Like, yeah. Thanks for the follow, Bill Boneless. Guys, sorry on Twitch today where I am very much being throttled. Jump over to YouTube and drop a like and follow on that stream there because the latency is much less shitty on Twitch than it is on YouTube today. I don't know why, but also if you are a follower of mine and you are on YouTube right now, jump on Twitch and give me a sub. It is the sub deals, you know, so it's great. Support your streamers. We are not pawns. I think she forgot what a soldier for the state is. Well, she's a Marine who's speaking out against the use of the other Marines. Now, she is a soldier for the state, which does make her a pawn. I do agree with you, Captain Buggy, but I do want to see this. This is better than what we saw with the Marines here. These Marines, I don't like, whereas she's fine.
In many ways, it's tougher when they're not wearing a uniform because you don't know exactly who they are. In Los Angeles, the governor of California, the mayor of Los Angeles.
There's these Marines, and then there's her. So, you know, there's a clear preference there.
Right now in Dallas, thousands of Mexicans and Latinos have taken to the streets, waving their flags, standing together, showing their strength like never before.
Basically, yeah,
but what no one expected has happened. The police have joined them. Yes, you heard that right. Dallas police officers are marching side by side with our people, standing
I don't
with
run
Mexico,
ads on Twitch
standing
either.
with Latinos, standing with immigrants.
I never
this
run
is
ads.
not just a protest. This is a revolution. This is a statement to the entire country that Latinos are here, we are strong, and we are not backing down. For years, they've tried to push us down, to make us feel small, to make us think we don't belong. But look at us now. The streets of Dallas belong to the people, to the workers, to the dreamers,
Yeah,
to the fighters.
the police joined
Today,
in
we
Dallas.
are louder than ever. We are
no media. Of course, they're not going to show that. Of course, they're not going to show that. Did they show the fact that one of Florida's county sheriffs said that they will not be cooperating with ICE, and then they had to threaten that cop with suspension before he then said, okay, fine, I'll cooperate with ICE? Like in Florida, the police sergeant, I can't remember what county it was, but tried to not obey. Now, like pussy for backing down once they threaten you with suspension, but you know, it is what it is. Now, this is what I can't say what I really think on this, but I can lay out what's happening here in a way that maybe you guys could put together. This is a truck leaving an ICE detention facility that has prisoners, or hostages really, being kept in it. And the local community in New York City decided that they want to try and free the hostages.
Hey!
There are people in it! There are people in it!
The pig! The pig! The pig!
Down!
Trying to free hostages that ICE has kidnapped from their vehicles or even from their facilities is illegal. But that's all I'm gonna say. Did I miss you talking about Iran because I'm scared? You did miss me talking about Iran, and it's bad. It's quite bad. It hasn't started yet. Jump on YouTube if you're on Twitch, because then you can actually hear me. My stepbrother and sister are Marines and Navy, and they never shoot a citizen like that shit. Of course not. Fleeing North Korea is also illegal, just saying. True. True. You know what's not illegal?
You go to cover, nigga. I'm fake, nigga. I know you do, dog. I'll spit on your plate. I'll put my dick on your plate, nigga. Fuck your family, fuck your kids, nigga. That's how it is. I can't sleep comfortably because of you.
He be fucking getting a whole fucking plate. He be fucking expecting us to give us a whole fucking shit. That nigga right there.
Do you go to cover?
Yeah, you do, nigga. Stop playing. Yeah, you do. Nigga,
Nah, sorry, it's not your internet. Twitch is just being hella weird today. They hate me for some reason, I guess. All of my settings are perfectly fine. It's Twitch.
Fucking talking about, can I get a fucking discount? Can I get a fucking this? Can I get a fucking that? That nigga right there. Point that shit at him right there. Point that shit at there right there.
He doesn't look like he going to Carver, though.
Hell nah.
Look, all I know is that China has declared that even though they accept the One America policy, they are sending the Fujian aircraft carrier to California to, you know, ensure freedom of movement, and that if the United States invades California, well, you know, they might stop and try and intervene. What is Kava? It's a coffee shop. She rocks. True, she does rock. Also, again, here's Texas again. This is Austin.
LA, lead the way. LA, lead the way. LA, lead the way. LA, lead the way. LA.
We have protests in so many states right now, but like the thing is, they want you to protest. They want every city in the country to be filled with people, because this is what they're going to use as their justification for martial law. They're going to say that there are insurrectionists all over the country. They're already saying it. What's going on with Iran? We'll check in once there's more news on it, but right now there are Israeli jets flying over Iraq towards Iran. America has pulled out its troops and its embassy workers from Iraq because Iranian militias have threatened to retaliate against American bases in Iraq if Iran is hit. So far. Has anyone heard of anti-ICE protest in Florida? Yes, actually. After threat of suspension, Broward County, Florida Sheriff Gregory Toney will now cooperate with ICE. There was even a cop who was trying to not cooperate with ICE. Unfortunately, they were too weak, but, you know. Everything is happening everywhere all at once. Yeah, it is. That's the plan. Here's Austin again. I'm pulling up more news on Iran right now. Living through a thick-ass chapter in a history book. Make sure you're on the right side. Yeah, well, like, the photos that are being taken of these protests, they will be in history books. It, like, how they're framed depends on what side wins, but, like, you are living through history right now. Hopefully he can inconvenience them since he wasn't suspended. That is what I would go with. Yeah, a good way to work around laws that prevent you from doing things is to work within the system and to just be a nuisance and to slow people down. Okay, this is 40 minutes ago from travel.gov. Department of State ordered the departure of non-emergency U.S. Government personnel due to heightened regional tensions. As a reminder, the travel advisory for Iraq is level 4. Do not travel to Iraq due to terrorism. And this being put out for Iraq is because of the risk of Israel counterstriking. It's currently 4:15 a.m. in Tehran with the sun set to rise in about 30 minutes. Just because Israel is now ready to strike Iran doesn't mean it will happen tonight. They might be doing a test run. They could be doing this tomorrow. They could be trying to juke them. You know, they could be going up north through the Iraqi route, but then actually hit them in the south. We don't know. There are several U.S. Fuel tankers flying in the region, but we don't know whether the U.S. would actually assist them with this or not. Trump seems to be leaning towards, fuck it, let's hit Iran. When he was asked about why U.S. Forces and troops and embassy workers are being pulled back, he said, you'll see. On his way to watch Les Mis, nonetheless. No less, rather.
Largest protests that this city has seen in quite
Iran probably has like
time.
one,
This protest
two
has stretched
small ones.
for
They're not going
blocks
to use them
from each side of the avenue.
Israel has like 10
6th Avenue. We're now on Hudson Street, and we've been going for about nearly 2 hours. And you can see people are holding signs saying "ICE out of New York City." We've seen flags of Mexico. We've seen the Palestinian flag, and really just a conversion.
By the way, again, everyone who gets mad about the flags. The right where like flies Israeli flags constantly all the time, so I don't care. Oh, by the way, breaking news, the Trump administration is planning a major increase of deportations to Guantanamo, including citizens of Britain, France, and other allies. So, they're no longer allies, I guess? Trump is on his way to a theater? Yeah, he's going to watch Les Mis right now. And we're going to put British and French citizens in Guantanamo Bay. Like, that's where we're at, guys. We're at war. It is a war. We are currently in the war. I'm not saying you should do violence. I'm not saying to start a war. I'm saying they have declared war. Also, the U.S. have been told that Israel is fully ready to launch, blah, blah, blah. No, don't even make jokes about that. That's a fucking Fed post. He should literally be in the war room. Yeah. I mean, like, he doesn't need to be because he doesn't make any decisions, but we know the war room is popping off because we know about the pizzas being delivered to the White House and the Pentagon right now. The, like, massive increase in pizza deliveries. If it was only the British, then fine, but come on, I agree. Like, we can put British citizens in Guantanamo, but not fucking the French. I'm kidding. Pretty sure Guantanamo's already full. No, they're building it up. They wanted to fit 32,000 people, which is insane considering Guantanamo only ever held like 750 as their max capacity in the past. I can't comprehend what it will take here for Floridians to wake up. They won't. I'm sorry. You live surrounded by zombies. They're not going to wake up. They're on the side of the Nazis. They're not going to. But again, here's what happens when you actually fight for the people. Remember, by the way, that Gavin Newsom is a demon in and of it, like himself, separately from Donald Trump. But
yeah, let's just start off. If Gavin Newsom wanted to take on Donald Trump and loves the attention, he has 100% gotten it. Take a look here. Google searches of Gavin Newsom with Donald Trump. Get this up. 9,700% versus a week ago. More folks are Googling Gavin Newsom's name with Donald Trump than ever before in Google searches dating all the way back since 2004. Donald Trump was able to make a name for himself through The Apprentice, through all of his business ventures.
My mother texted me at 3 a.m. about transhumanism, which I had to Google. Turns out is a Nazi conspiracy theory. No, transhumanism is a real thing. It's just they use it as a Nazi conspiracy theory. Transhumanism is like adding cybernetic modifications to you and shit. The issue is, like, on the right, there are several different, like, factions that constantly fight with each other. You've been saying over and over, this is World War III, and it's just that no one is calling it that yet. Well, I guess I get to be the first one that calls it officially World War III. I've been saying it for like a month now. Don't forget to follow on Twitch if you don't already. Yes, absolutely. And please don't forget to drop a sub on Twitch. There is a deal on, so you can get multiple gifted subs for less money, and then you don't have to pay as much. Or you could just donate to me directly via the donate link so that YouTube or Twitch don't take a cut. Maybe she's not a Nazi. No, she's probably not a Nazi. She's probably just watching media made for Nazification. The entirety of America's population is constantly being inundated with Nazi ideology, fear-mongering, hate-mongering, anxiety-producing content from the minute they wake up to the minute they go to bed. And it's to produce this kind of a mindset. We've covered it before. I've done a video on it and shown, like, the parts of the right-wing authoritarian's brain literally smaller than that of people that aren't authoritarian. She's probably just on Facebook. Facebook is literally the worst. But TikTok, I can go on TikTok right now and find you thousands of people who believe that aliens live in the ocean. And not only that, but that the US government knows that they're there, is in contact, but has publicly acknowledged that aliens live in the ocean. There are people on TikTok who believe this is real. Thousands of them.
He is now making a name for Gavin Newsom.
Nobody believes in reality anymore. And that's a manufactured situation. Iranian military and government officials have already met to discuss their response to a potential Israeli strike. According to a senior Iranian official, the official said that Tehran had devised a response that would involve an immediate counterstrike on Israel with hundreds of ballistic missiles, as well as against, like, American bases in the region. Aliens do live in the ocean. Have you seen some of those fish? That is true. That is true, but not the kind of aliens that they think. Some good news, by the way. Australia, the United Kingdom, as well as France, New Zealand, and Norway have sanctioned Ben Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich. Now, that is not enough, but sanctions from, you know, Western countries against Israeli leaders is a big fucking deal. And I believe that this might just be like, this is one step before it really starts to pop off. If I was living in the ocean, but it was just all wet all the time, and I moved to land, it would suck here. I mean, to be fair, yeah, it would. If you were used to it being wet all the time and you moved to land, it would suck. This is amazing. This is fantastic. Ben Gvir is a literal demon and a death cultist, and so is Bezalel Smotrich. It's so much worse, yeah. Flat earthers are the worst. You thought flat earthers were bad, Jess? Have you seen the flat earthers who created my favorite conspiracy theory? The rounder, flatter earth? The rounder and bigger and frozen earth. Frozen super earth flat earth theory. Hold on. I've shown this on stream a couple times, but I just love it so much. They went so flat earth that they did this, in that we actually live in a giant ball of ice, and that we think it's flat because part of it melted, and so we have the ice wall around us, and they went so flat earth that they created this, all right? I've argued with someone who doesn't believe that humans have ever been in space. Don't argue with these people. Don't give them any of your time. Don't try and tell them that they're wrong. Don't try and prove them right. Laugh at them. Treat them with contempt. Make fun of them. Treat them as if they're so absolutely stupid that you couldn't bother to acknowledge it. And then move on. Make a point and then move on. Do not argue with them. Don't try, like, never ever play defense. Always control the situation, the conversation. So they circled back to the earth being round. They don't believe in anything, AJ. You can ask them today and they'll say the earth is flat. You can ask them tomorrow, they'll say the earth is a square. They would never say this shit out loud in real life. They do all the time, Jess. They do. Like, you should go and watch a couple of the debates that I've done on the YouTube channel. And you can see some of the insane shit that they will say out loud. Out loud. And remember, by the way, that ICE has a Tel Aviv field office, and so does NYPD. Where is this? Oh, some interesting little bit of news. The leader of Latinos for Trump was arrested and is being kept in an ICE facility. So, you know, at this point, I need someone to seal me into a mech suit and let's go. Oh, and we lost to China in the trade war. That happened today as well. Breaking news. We lost the trade war officially. Our deal with China is done, subject to final approval with President Xi and me. Full magnets and any necessary rare earths will be supplied upfront by China. Likewise, we'll provide to China what is agreed to, including Chinese students using our colleges and universities, which has always been good with me. We're getting a total of 55% tariffs. China is getting 10%. So we're now going to pay 55% tariffs to China, and they get to pay 10. Yes, and that's the deal that we agreed to, Lanky Sapien. This is the big win. This is the art of the deal. Can somebody look up what tariff we were getting from China like a year ago? Hold on. What was China's tariffs last year? I love how that comes up. It was 2% in 2021. It was 2% tariffs from China in 2021. We're now paying 55% in tariffs. 55. Oh, no, Chase, sorry. That's AI and fake news. Doesn't matter. So that's the art of the deal. Love that. He shit his diaper and wants us to clap. Oftentimes the case.
Especially, not just adding to the debt, but
make Chinese manufacturing great again, I guess. True.
Interest rates on the debt. Is that or is that not spending, yes or no? Are tax cuts, if I give you a tax cut, am I spending out of the Treasury to do that? Yes or no?
Not if we,
Mr. Secretary.
not if we create more income.
Okay,
than the nature of
we're talking about a gambler's fallacy with projecting growth that's never been proven by anybody.
True.
Especially not.
That's so true. I'm so mad that Twitch is fucked because, like, there's no one watching on Twitch and it's messing with my average viewer count. I am very thankful to all of you who jumped over to YouTube to watch, though. I don't know why it's happening. I'll see if I can fix it afterward, but it's not an issue on my end, so I don't know what I can possibly do. I think it actually just might be the algorithmic exile that I've talked about. 2% of 55 is such a great deal. True. They are for some reason messing up. It's not me. That would be awesome, guys. Sorry, I didn't mean to, like, ask you to do anything like that. It was just, I just noticed and it made me real sad because I don't know why that problem is happening. But to not be sad, you guys want to see crowboarding?
Bro, you about to see, oh my God. Did you see that? Watch this shit.
Oh, the US
about
is
to never
balkanizing,
believe
100%.
what you getting ready to see. Yes, it's true. This fucking bird is trying to snowboard down. Look at this shit. Bro. Are you seeing this shit, bro? Yo, and literally went back up. Look, bro.
Iceberg?
Yo, this
no.
dog.
This is a crowboarder. I love this bird. Me too. I love crows. I really do. And also something incredibly funny is the right wing really has very clear traits. And remember that video I did on how whoopsie, didn't mean to pin my own tweet. How right-wingers are have smaller brains, how fascists have very, very, very small brains. You can see that right like this.
Dude, put my fucking truck down now. Put this fucking truck down. Get the fuck out of it. Get down, you motherfucker. Put the truck down. Put the truck down. Put the fucking truck down. Get the fuck down. Get that fucking truck down. I'm warning you, motherfucker. Don't get the fuck away from this truck. Get the fuck out of here.
Keep watching.
Fuck him. Nobody's taking this truck from me.
The guy who did this did get arrested. Fuck around and find out. Yeah. He also recorded himself doing it. Yeah. If he was fleeing, then I think all this property damage falls onto Lunatic attacking him. No, I mean, this is him getting towed and him stealing the tow truck. Wasn't this like last year? I don't know and I don't care. It's just a funny clip that I'm showing, but it does still track with the fact that authoritarian-leaning right-wing people have difficulty with emotional regulation and impulse control, and they are violent. Imagine trying to not get your car towed and instead destroying so much property that that's like your yearly wage. Are you getting time delays? Yes, I am. I have no settings different right now, Lost Soat. It's not through me. It might be your settings. I've seen people streaming tournaments doing that. To prevent sniping and cheating. Nope, nothing like that. And I don't like game on stream. To be fair, I also have issues with emotional regulation. Well, then you're in the right channel because we talk about emotional regulation all the time. I think it's kind of a requirement for us to move forward as a society is to be okay with feeling discomfort. This is why I have on stream poured water on my carpet, put on socks and gone and stood on it. And squished them around on chat while discussing the discomfort with everyone. He did something wrong and decided to make it 1,000 times worse than everyone else's problem to other behavior. Republican behavior, actually, brain matter. He did something wrong and made it someone else's problem, but 1,000 times worse. I love how they recorded it. Well, like, I would too.
Did you?
Now, again, conservatives just don't have the mental brain power. Like, they just can't understand it. I will help, and I've done videos on the subject, but, like, this is a view of, like, why you can see this being how they think long-term, and why we're in the situations that we're in, because they don't have the same ideas around problem-solving as we do. They don't care enough to, and they're incapable of it. This is every topic.
There is a lot of trash on this island, and since most of us agree that this is a problem, we should outlaw littering and punish people that do it. There is still a lot of trash on this island. Punishment doesn't really work unless you give people a way to get rid of their garbage in the first place. We need to fund a Department of Sanitation to collect people's trash. Guys, all that we have done is pushed the trash into lower income communities and created sanitation jobs that pay less than livable wages. I tend to see things as direct cause and effect, and since I'm getting rid of my trash responsibly...
A patient threatened to murder me and ended up calling my boss a liar to her face in front of all of my staff. LOL. I mean, based of you. There are some pieces missing to the story, but it's irrelevant. Still fun story.
And those things don't really impact me. That's a separate problem that I'm not really responsible for. I understand that my responsibilities sometimes can be indirect. So if my garbage is just being pushed into another neighborhood, that's bad. We need to look at the bigger picture. What is it about our society that is causing us to create so much trash, and how do we address the root cause? Predatory business practices, dishonest marketing around recycling, planned obsolescence. These are things that trap people in a cycle of rampant consumption. We need to change the whole system from within so we can stop producing so much trash. What we need is to tear the whole system down and start a new society. While you guys were all arguing, I just started paying the other islands to take our trash for us. You're just kicking the problem further down the road again, right? I mean, those communities are further away and we have our own things to deal with here. Plus, those people don't really look like me. Who cares if they look like you? They're humans with rich histories and cultures that we're infecting with consumerism. Speaking of rich cultures, have you all heard how supreme our heritage is? Well, you guys were all arguing. I also found out that the other islands have natural resources that they've agreed to start sending to us. Why would they agree to that? Well, we're lifting them out of
And now we get to the part where the liberals move to the right. This is actually a great example that's like not related to any of the current political issues that we tend to talk about, but shows the exact processes from a zoomed out view.
And we get newer, shinier shit, so everyone wins. Hey guys, what are the other islands attacked us? We're destroying their islands. I understand why they'd be mad. We need to retaliate so hard it lets every other island know attacking us would be a huge mistake. Every country has the right to defend itself. We need to work with the other islands to find ways to lift all the islands up and stop making so much trash. If they're so unhappy, they just need to take responsibility for their own decisions. Work harder, move to a better island.
Except that never applies
Your
for themselves.
response hurt a lot of innocent people and children. At least we're safe. I don't know if we are. I think you really pissed off a lot of the other islands. Okay, well then in that case, we probably need to take some of the money away that we spend on trash and spend it on defense. A lot of people are getting sick. Trash cancer rates are through the roof. A 3-year-old from my church got it. Very sad. My wife had it. She can't even work now, and the treatments are costing us a fortune. Listen, I hate that this is what it took, but I am glad that you can finally recognize we do need to start studying trash cancer and making sure that people have access to treatments. Whoa, no, I never said that. I'm not paying for other people's problems.
This is like every time we get here, because whether it's healthcare, whether it's like literally everything, it's I don't want to pay for other people's problems, but that's a front to I want more weapons. I want to pay money into the military industrial complex. And then they do. And then what happens to the rest of us? This is the exact issue that this is a microcosm of what America is right now, is this exact video.
Who created this situation? Again, I see things as direct cause and effect. Their sickness is not my responsibility. They need to get trash cancer insurance. The whole system is broken. We can't get what we need unless we tear it down and start over. I agree, but I don't know how we do that without hurting more people.
Yes, of course, the amount of profit from the orphan
less than
crushing
ideal,
machine.
but I really think that we can change the system from within if people would just start fucking listening to me. We need to have a revolution. I can't afford to live. You don't have the right to someone else's labor. Why are these other islands so evil? They're not evil. We are. That's why we all need to be working together. We're special. Whoa, guys, these are easy problems. I can fix this.
And then?
Look at everything we've accomplished. We are special, and we don't need to feel guilty for being special. These radicals, though, they care more about the other islands than you. And that is your problem. If you elect me, I'll keep you safe, I'll give you a good life, and I'll take care of your problems. But you're gonna have to...
Fascism, ironically, is the most Freudian political ideology in that they really all do want daddy to come home. That's like that almost all of them build this idea around their leader. I mean, like, look at the way Republicans talk about Trump. It's so Freudian.
Trust me.
Remember Tucker fucking Carlson?
There. There's a lot of trash, right? Yeah, so much. Do we finally understand how to fix this once and for all?
Yeah.
We need to get subscription-based garbage removal system. For fuck's sake, I don't even care anymore.
This video was a literal full microcosm of the entirety of our politics. All of it. All of it. That's our politics. And again, I hate doing this to you guys, but I really don't. This is what I mean when I say,
there has to be a point at which Dad comes home, and he's pissed.
Sorry, hold on. Let's try that again.
There has to be a point at which Dad comes home, and he's pissed. Dad is pissed.
President
He's
Newsom
not vengeful.
of Republic of California wins.
He loves his children. Disobedient as they may be, he loves them. Because
he's fucking rock hard behind this podium.
They live in his house. But he's very disappointed in their behavior. And he's going to have to let them know. He's going to have to get to your room right now and think about what you did. And when Dad gets home, you know what he says? You've been a bad girl. You've been a bad little girl, and you're getting a vigorous spanking right now. And no, it's not going to hurt me more than it hurts you.
No, they're all fucking creepy. They're all fucking creepy. I just want them to keep their kinks at home. Don't we all? All I want is them to keep their kinks at home, but they just can't. They have to do it in public. They have to spread all of that disgusting shit in public. Dad asked you to go get the belt. Yeah, literally. All right, while I prepare the next segment, here's a funny clip about Australia having funny place names. Now, we've seen Titty Witty Beach. This one I didn't know about. This is up in Darwin.
You guys know that in Australia, more specifically right around here, within the city of Darwin, there is a small suburb called Fanny Bay. And one of the main roads that leads directly into Fanny Bay is called Dick Ward Drive. That's right. Dick Ward Drive leads into Fanny Bay. And if you stay on Dick Ward Drive and head north through Fanny's Bay, you'll reach a restaurant called Pee-wee's at the Point.
Okay,
and
fantastic.
On the menu of Pee-wee's Point, north of Fanny's Bay off Dick Ward Drive, there is an entree called Pee-wee's Taste Plate. Okay.
I love Australians so much. Why does he want to be a little girl who gets spanked? It's because every conservative has their entire belief system built on anxiety and insecurity, and they need a big, strong man to come and protect them. I'm not even kidding. That actually is their entire belief system from start to finish. Sexual anxiety, specifically. Yeah, no, it is. That's the core of fascism in America. It's black people are gonna fuck my daughter and my wife. It's incels that think that they'll never be able to be with a woman because, you know, they hate, I mean, they're just made to hate women now because the sexual insecurity and anxiety has been turned into hatred. But yeah, no, that's the entire foundation of the right, is control women and fear of like other people coming and taking your women. It's why the whole what's your body count discourse was big for years. True. True. They are all cucks. You know, Elon went back to Trump and apologized for his tweet. They are all cucks. Here's someone in Philadelphia getting their head kneeled on by a cop. Remember, these are the same people. They all want to be daddy who comes home and spanks you for being a bad girl. Oh, also, Israel's claiming that people on the Freedom Flotilla were Hamas. So, you know, of course they are. St. Louis is protesting.
No one is illegal!
I don't know what to say at this point. Like, we have protests everywhere, and all I'm waiting for is for them to say, okay, no, it's just, it's too late. We have an insurrection happening. We need the military on every fucking, like, city, every blue city. I mean, they've already said this. They're all preparing to do this anyway. But, like, I'm just waiting for it to happen now. LAPD chief disputes Trump's claim. No, we would have not been in a position to request the National Guard. We have a protocol that we work up through. We were nowhere near a level that would be reaching out for the National Guard. Remember when the National Guard showed up as the army, there were no protesters. Everyone had gone home. All protests are illegal soon? Basically, yeah.
If we weren't there, if we didn't bring in the National Guard and the Marines, you would probably have a city that was burning to the ground, just like it was a number of months ago with the housing. You would have had a big problem there. If we weren't there. In fact, the police chief said so much. If you look at what his statements were, he said, we're very lucky to have had them. If we weren't there, that city would have been burning to the ground, would be burning right now.
They're
Is that
like full
how
of
you
shit.
would characterize your statements, sir?
No, we were not in a position to request the National Guard. We have a protocol that we work up through. First, we bring in all internal resources to bear on the issue, whatever it is. Then we mobilize the department or part of the department to be able to get everybody out there dealing with the issue.
You know, she was an illegal immigrant, too.
We don't have the capacity at that point to be able to do that. Then through the sheriff, we request mutual aid, and we get our law enforcement partners.
Oh, and this is from 6 hours ago today.
With our orders, directed by the President, the Secretary of Defense has mobilized.
Yes,
right now
you should. You should be making a go bag, just in case. I already have mine. I need to make a video on how to, like, prepare one. I forgot. I should do this weekend, actually.
It's 4,700 personnel.
You can't,
and
Josh.
Our mission is to protect federal agencies, our federal partners, their personnel as they conduct their federal mission, and even more in particular as they do the enforcement of federal law, and then also to protect.
This did not happen a few months ago. This is 6 hours ago, Cascadian Pixie.
Protect all federal assets and federal facilities that are located in the locations where there have been demonstrations lately.
And, like, again, it doesn't matter if I'm showing you footage of police assaulting protesters at a different protest. It doesn't have to be this one. I'm showing you these not to show you what's happening just at the protest. I'm showing you these to show you how evil the police in the United States are and what they actually want to do to you. They want you to die. We all need to buy riot gear. I mean, if you can afford it. Not all of us can. I have a med kit and I have a go bag. Those are the two things that I have. I'll put out, like, something about making a go bag this weekend at some point. This, by the way, is fake. This is not San Francisco right now. I'm willing to die for the cause. This isn't life. Good. I'm willing to die too. Here's Pam Bondi talking about double standards.
One question. The administration has talked a lot about defending law enforcement over the last week or so that these protests are going on, but you've been criticized for having a double standard with the president pardoning all these people who attacked police officers on January 6th in his first day in office. How do you answer that criticism?
Well, this is very different. These are people out there hurting people in California right now. This is ongoing.
It's literally the police that are doing all of the violence. Like, nobody in California is out there harming anybody except for the cops.
No longer. We're going to protect them. We're going to do everything we can to prosecute violent criminals in California. California is burning. These people are waving Mexican flags, yet they don't want anyone to go back to Mexico. They're burning.
Oh my God, the area of the country that was originally Mexico has Mexicans in it. How could this be?
American flags. This is the United States of America, and we're going to...
How about all the Israeli flags you people put up in front of your offices? Those are not American flags. What about that? I think that ICE needs to free the hostages. I think that ICE needs to free the hostages and stop invading sovereign land. Oh, by the way, Mexico has offered to build a wall and pay for it. Now, I don't also know if this was today or not. I don't actually care. This would be better than anything that the US government has said. I would like that. Let's all of this be Mexico. I mean, California and Oregon and Washington could go become Canada. I mean, they are part of Cascadia. There is a historical precedent for it. California is the 4th largest economy in the world. Yeah, literally. Oh, remember, by the way, that Trump threatened to cut California's federal funding, not realizing that California pays more money into federal, funding than they get out of it. So, Pam Bondi is a witch? Probably. Maybe we need an inquisition.
Yo estuve en la Torre Trump cuando decía el presidente electo Donald Trump estaba 16 días de tomar protesta por primera vez como presidente, asumir el cargo.
You're telling me I have to live under Sheinbaum?
Yo dije, si hacemos el muro, sí lo pagamos.
Texas is going to put up a huge fight? Well, from what I've seen from Dallas makes me hopeful. Look, we're balkanizing the country. I mean, right now, the West Coast is its own thing. Illinois is trying to make deals with, New York or California. New York is a coin flip. If Cuomo wins, New York is, gone. We've lost New York if Cuomo wins. If Mamdani wins, then New York gets invaded. And so it's war. We're literally at war.
Vamos con el mapa de México en 1830. Este es lo que era Estados Unidos en 1830. Y esto era parte de México. No era todo México. Si ustedes pueden ver, quizás un tercio, mínimo una cuarta parte del territorio norteamericano era parte de México hasta 1846. Fuimos despojados.
I like it. Beyond that, I need you to, I want to show you guys some stuff. So first off, have you ever seen this photo of Trump next to Laura Loomer? Because holy shit, I didn't realize he was, a manatee. I knew he was a fat fuck, but I didn't know he was a goddamn manatee. The people that we are at war with are children, or actually calling them children is a bit of a nice thing. This is the level of intelligence and I don't know, self-control these people have. This is old. This is Mike Lindell. It's very funny though.
The lumpy pillow calls.
No, they're not lumpy pillows. That's not what they call on. Okay.
The National Guard, first of all, is now the U.S. Army. They've been federalized, and they're not doing anything. It is the police, absolutely.
You say lumpy pillows, now you're an asshole. You got that? You're an asshole, is what you are. No, he's an asshole. No, he's an ambulance-chasing asshole. That's what you are. The lumpy pillows, kiss my ass. Put that in your book. No, they answer anything, any problem customer that wants to reach Mike Lindell. Those are the ones. I want to talk to Mike Lindell. I want to talk to Mike Lindell. They send them to here and they go, or they call about, maybe they didn't get their pillow on time because of the FedEx or whatever.
This is the people on the other side. We lost to that, guys. And by the way, this is what the U.S. Army is doing. The people who were National Guard, they're just standing there. It's the police and ICE that are doing most of the evil shit. But also, it's people like this. No emotional regulation, no critical thinking, and no ability to take consequences, and always entitled. All of them. Every single one of them are like this.
Right? No. All right. You know why I wasn't going to? Because
this woman got banned from TikTok, by the way, because this is a mentally ill homeless woman that she convinces to jump into the water not knowing how to swim. And
my feet were getting
You should just jump in right now.
I'm gonna jump in with my shoes on.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah. Ready? Oh! Wait, what the fuck? Did you see her ass? What? Oh,
this was so fucked. Yeah.
You said it was okay.
You said you wanted to swim.
This is normal shit.
You told me to jump in.
I didn't tell you to
Jess
jump
Murphy,
in.
you're fine. Trust me, you're better off than these people.
Wait, who is that? What the fuck is going? We just... I don't even...
I can't swim. I can only float.
Oh, she might literally die.
No, stop. Seriously, don't stop. Please, you're actually freaking me out. No, please.
The decades-long project of stupefying America is scarier than the government. Yeah, well, the government was also stupefied. Save her? Yeah, that's what any normal human would do. But again, these people don't have the ability to feel kindness and empathy. It's literally like physically in their brain. Go watch the video I made on the differences in their brain. They are not capable of empathy. They are not capable of kindness. All of them. Like, there's not any real distinction that you can't place, that you can find in neuroscience. They have different brains. They don't have the ability to function as human beings. Kindness and empathy are necessary parts of humanity. I would have kicked the TikToker into the water, yeah.
No, she's floating.
All right, Eminem.
She says she's drowning.
Oh, this is
She might feel bad if the woman dies. Yeah, but she'll feel bad because for herself, not for the woman. She'll feel bad because she killed the woman, but not because the woman's dead. And that's the difference.
Really?
Oh, this is bad.
Dude, Natalie. Dude, I'm sorry, I didn't know. She said she's drowning. She says she's drowning.
I think you literally just murdered a lady.
No, I didn't. I swear.
I think you
No, I didn't. Let's go.
She did live.
She's drowning in the lake.
God, there's a fire truck.
Egocentric fuck. All of them are like this. All of them. They're all like this. This is interesting. This is a former CIA operative talking about when he was offered to join the CIA's torture program during the Iraq War. Now, I've laid out before for you guys that what we're doing right now in the United States is something called the shock doctrine. We've employed it in Iraq. We've employed it in post-Soviet Russia. We did this in Chile, in Argentina, in Uruguay, in Paraguay. And a lot of the methods that we used for this are literally this. These were developed since the 70s. This was developed through Milton Friedman and the Chicago School of Economics, working with the CIA, working with the Canadian government to study how to torture people into idiocy until they can be controlled.
I had an inkling when I was still in Pakistan. We captured so many Al-Qaeda fighters on the night of the Abu Zubaydah capture that we had to bring them into our safe house for interrogation in shifts in a paddy wagon. And the first group of 10 came out of the paddy wagon and they were all wearing hoods.
Just build community. Go talk to your neighbors and make friends. Make sure people around you know you. You want to be a known person in your community. You want to help people. Go knock on some doors, have some croissants or some cookies or some cupcakes, and get people to work together. The reason that they can make us fight like this, the reason that they can turn normal people into someone like that TikToker who can just kill somebody by accident and only feel bad for themselves, not for the person that they kill, you know? It's because we don't have any in-person community. We don't invest in other people. Online social interaction can only ever create a facsimile of in-person social interaction. You have to go out and talk to people. How do you respond to chat and talk coherently? Impressive as fuck. I talk coherently. Now that's news to me.
I said to one of my colleagues, he was working for me. I said, why are they hooded? And he said, we don't want them to see our faces. And I got angry and I said, are you seriously telling me that you have never read the Geneva Convention?
It's the Geneva
It is
suggestion,
a war
guys.
crime to put hoods on them. Take the hoods off. And he said, stop, don't take the hoods off. And I said, I'm going to report you to headquarters. And he said, I'm going to report you to headquarters. I said, fine. And I took the hoods off. And we reported each other to headquarters. And I was reprimanded. So I thought, wow, well, the Geneva Convention is crystal clear that hooding a prisoner is a war crime.
Yeah.
I guess
Holy shit. Zoran Mamdani is up 4 points over Andrew Cuomo in the public policy polling survey. 4 points above Cuomo. He closed the lead. Holy shit, Mamdani's gonna win.
I'm gonna have to get used to it. But then I got back from Pakistan in May of 2002, and I was standing in the sandwich line at the CIA cafeteria, and a senior officer walked up to me very casually, and he said, hey, I'm glad I ran into you. Would you be interested in being trained in the use of enhanced interrogation
AJ,
techniques.
we literally said earlier that we're going to put British and French citizens in Guantanamo. That was announced on the Washington Post.
I had never heard that term before. And I said, enhanced interrogation techniques, what's that mean? And he said, very seriously, he said, we're going to start getting rough with these guys. And I said, well, what does that mean? And he described these 10 techniques. And I said, that sounds like a torture program.
It is.
And he said, no, it's not torture. The Justice Department approved it and the president signed off on it. I said, give me an hour. I need an hour to think about it.
We killed several people.
So I just walked out of the cafeteria. I went up to the 7th floor of the CIA, which was the executive floor. There was an extraordinarily senior officer up there for whom I had worked in the Middle East 10 years earlier. And I knocked on his door and I said, hey, I need some advice. I was just asked if I want to be trained in these enhanced interrogation techniques. What do you think of that? And he said, first of all, let's call a spade a spade. He said, this is a torture program, and torture's a slippery slope. And you know how these guys are. Somebody's going to go overboard and they're going to kill a prisoner. And when that happens, there's going to be a congressional
Zohan is a movie. Zoran is the guy.
Investigation, and there's going to be a Justice Department investigation, and somebody's going to go to prison. Do you want to go to prison? And I said, no, I don't want to go to prison. So I went back downstairs and I said, look, I have an ethical and moral problem with this, and I think it's illegal. I'm not interested. And I'm sorry to tell you that of the 14 people that were approached, I was the only one who said no. And so I had a friend in the...
We've been doing this shit, guys. We've been doing this shit. Oh, breaking news, and this is fucking scary. There's no internet in Gaza right now. Like, they have cut off all access to the internet in Gaza right now. So, what the fuck is Israel up to? I still have nothing on, like, the Israeli jets in Iran. Hold on, let me check a couple of these OSINT sites really quickly while I do that. But I've seen not much, like, there's no breaking news on that right now. So, who knows what it is that they're doing? That's really bad. We have quite a lot of protests planned for Trump's birthday, which is right according to their plan. No, there's not, Captain Buggy. They're all being blocked right now. They're all being jammed. This, by the way, is part of their plan, because this means they get to say, oh, there's a violent insurrection trying to overthrow the government, and then they get to bring the military in, which was always the plan. Don't, like, even think for a second that it wasn't, and that's okay with me. I mean, I wish it wasn't the case, but we knew that they were going to do that. Just, if you're going to those protests on the 14th, you should bring a med kit. If you have Kevlar, wear it. If you have a mask, wear it. I don't care if it's illegal. Put on your goddamn N95 and say you're immunocompromised. Put on that mask. You're already a terrorist if you're at these protests anyway, so... I was at work and T-Mobile had issues with towers over here. Not gonna lie, that hour or so with zero internet access felt like human rights violation. I think that we need to cut the internet off for everybody, at least for like 3 hours a day for a long time now. Good luck, everybody, and be safe, yeah. ICE is signing agreements with MAGA sheriffs in blue states like self-described patriots to infiltrate our communities and traumatize their residents. This is a terrorist organization. We are being attacked by Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda has attacked the United States. Al-Qaeda is taking hostages, and we need to fight back. When Al-Qaeda, with their fucking ICE agents, release the hostages, the protests will stop.
And now, for the first time, an agency in New Mexico signed the same agreement. News 13's Belo Alague spoke with the Curry County Sheriff, who explains why his department is partnering with ICE.
It's an agreement Sheriff Michael Brockett believes will only help.
I look at this as more of another tool in the tool belt for me to keep this community safe.
The Curry County Sheriff's Office signed an agreement giving deputies the authority to perform limited immigration officer duties.
One of our deputies will be trained by the Department of Homeland Security.
The goal of the program...
Guys, Take this shit fucking seriously. By the way, this is an account that Elon not only follows, but consistently retweets. You think the National Guard and the Marines are bad? Just wait till American citizens say enough is enough. By the way, I fucking think we have. Yeah, exactly. Almost there. Almost time. I agree. These people want to kill you. They want to kill all of us. The Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, the MAGA Islamic State, any others, chat? I like all of those. No, like, these people want to kill you. They're begging for it. You can see right-wingers on Twitter begging permission from, like, from Pam Bondi. Like, can we please go kill the liberals now? Please, 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 just let me go out there and kill some liberals.
Program is to serve and execute administrative warrants on aliens in the county jail.
And remember, aliens just means anybody.
Before an inmate at the Curry County Detention Center is released, if ICE puts a warrant out for their arrest, the trained deputy would make that arrest. Sheriff Brockett's interest in the agreement first sparked earlier this year.
The Attorney General put out a pretty lengthy document explaining the reasons why they believe that we should not enter into any agreements with the federal government.
The New Mexico Department of Justice explained its advice to News 13, saying working with ICE would discourage crime victims and witnesses from cooperating with ongoing investigations. The sheriff also received an email from the National Sheriff's Association with information about the program.
I'm a patriot and I support the Constitution.
You people hate this country more than anything. I'm sick of letting them get away with patriot shit. Can we acknowledge that from now on, anytime anyone calls them themselves a goddamn patriot, I need to know if they like have a Confederate flag. It's so fucking annoying. Trump literally just changed the names of military bases to Confederate leaders today. Again.
Are also going to be
these people hate America more than ISIS does.
Restoring the names to Fort Pickett, Fort Hood, Fort Gordon, Fort Rucker, Fort Polk, Fort A.P. Hill, and Fort Robert E. Lee.
I mean, since ICE doesn't use warrants, if police departments basically get ICE deputized, that means all law enforcement must be assumed to be kidnappers. True. The Fort Robert E. Lee got applause. What? Yeah, by Marines, by the way. These people hate America. They're trying to make Trump king and pretend to care about his country. Yeah, literally, like, our government is Game of fucking Thrones. The syphilitic, dying, delusional king has no public heir, and everyone's just trying to suck him off to be named heir. That's all this is. That's what this has been from the beginning. Which, by the way, I still think the heir is going to be fucking Barron, but, you know, we'll see. What's this?
I wanted to ask you about what Major General Scott Sherman said, which is that these 700 active duty Marine infantrymen have been authorized to detain civilians up until the point when civilian law enforcement is able to arrest them.
No, they're not pro-America. They hate America. They hate everything about America, Comrade Lennon. They literally do. Every single ideal, belief, history, all of it. They hate it. They literally support the people who fought a war to not be America more than they do America.
I don't know what that means. I candidly do not know what that means, because if you are detaining somebody,
they say a lot of things, and most of the things they say is a lie. Every accusation is a confession anyway, and every intention that they lay out is something they're either already doing or they're gonna do.
their will, immediately you are entering into police territory. And that is a violation of posse comitatus. These Marines are trained for the law of armed conflict, which has much lower standards. It has humane standards, but has lower standards for detention of civilians.
I still observe the fact that they are not pro-America in any way.
They are trained to detain people with due process. And trying to create a confluence of the two is a recipe for civil rights violations.
They are also
and again, it's unfair to these Marines. These sergeants and corporals.
Look, guys, I wasn't going to go into Palantir shit today, but if you want to talk anti-human, we can do anti-human. We do have a couple more videos to show on this. What is your theory on the Walmart lady funding the protest? She has, like, realized that she will also enter a gulag. I don't know. I don't care. I don't care. I also don't care about, like, the idea of, oh, you know, the protests are being funded by agitators. Motherfuckers are literally paying for people to go sit in Trump's fascist, like, parade because no one wants to be there. It's one of the billionaire owners of Walmart has said that she supports the protests, but like that's all that I've seen is she said that. By the way, Maxine Waters actually telling the truth here.
The local police, he should talk to the people that he's had deployed there, and he has a responsibility in all of this. He started this. There should be no violence. He should not continue to support violence. They should not be edged on and, you know, provoked in any way. And
that's all our tax dollars are for now, Brain Matter.
What the President of the United States is doing to exert his power and to show that he's in charge and to show that he's going to get the numbers that he promised to get people deported. And so the local police, he should talk to the people that he's had deployed there, and he has a responsibility in all of this. He started this. There should be no violence. He should not continue to support violence. They should not be edged on and, you know, provoked in any way.
What do you mean by anti-human? I mean, they literally hate people. They are a death cult.
That's what the President of the United States is doing to exert his power and to show that he's in charge and to show that he's going to get the numbers that he promised.
Quite a lot of them are. I mean, especially the Zionists are. Here's, by the way, more ICE agents and police starting violence.
Get inside, get inside, get inside, get inside, get inside. Get inside.
Yeah, sorry guys on Twitch. I don't know what to do with that today. The revolution won't be televised or live streamed, guys. It's on the street. You're not going to see what's happening. You're just not. ICE is the SS? Yes, it is. That is the most apt description. The actual revolution will be live streamed? I don't actually think so. Considering I think that the goal for the right is to do algorithmic suppression. I've seen it happen to a few people. They restart their internet. I mean, I could unplug my router and plug it back in, but like that would literally take all of stream down, and YouTube's working fine right now. So just hop on YouTube and follow me. And I'll see if I can fix Twitch tomorrow. I don't know what's up with it because all of my settings are fine. I think it actually might just be more algorithmic suppression because there are a lot of people talking about the protests, and a lot of people don't want you talking about the protests. Oh, real quick. New Jersey did not go great with their primary. I'm quite sad about that. Ross Baraka should have won the primary in New Jersey. Mickey Sherrill is boring and a nobody, and this means that it's much more likely that New Jersey will end up red next election. But like again, I don't even think elections matter at this point. You should still vote. You should still do your best, but I don't trust them. All right, well, we're gonna watch Hank Green for a second, and then I'll talk about Palantir a bit.
I'm very angry right now, and it's not for the reason that you would think.
I have nothing else connected to my Wi-Fi, future politics leader. It's literally, I'm connected via LAN cable to my computer, and that's it. There is no Wi-Fi, nothing is connected to anything else. My internet speeds are up, it's Twitch's fault.
A person would be angry right now because a bunch of people are being deported from the country without due process. When they accidentally deport American citizens, they laugh that off as if maybe these American citizens don't count as American citizens for some reason that isn't to do specifically with the law, but maybe some...
Wait, I'm sorry, Hank. I don't care anymore. Wait, not you. Give me you. A boat transporting individuals to a Telemundo party celebrating 1 year out from the World Cup was boarded by the Coast Guard. They checked the immigration status of the staff on the boat. The mayor of Miami-Dade and FIFA officials and Telemundo leadership were present. So this is going to be great for all of the, people that want to come and watch the World Cup in America, right? You're not going to get arrested by ICE or anything. Hank Green got political again. Well, that's what I'm curious about. I want to see what he's mad about.
Other way in which these people don't really count as Americans. So, that's in there, in the hidden part of my anger iceberg. There's a part of it that is simply these people are being treated in ways that is un-American and that we should not accept. But if we're going to be honest with ourselves, and I'm going to be honest with myself, the biggest source of my anger here is that strategically, this is going to fucking work. It is a series of strategic decisions that do an excellent job of degrading America while putting more power in the hands of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. And I mentioned J.D. Vance here because I think in many ways he loves this and is good at it. Now, Trump is also good at it. This is like the thing that they are the best at, is finding the rifts in American society and widening them in order to exploit them. The chat filter is
atrocious. I don't know what to say for YouTube. Like, all of the restrictions are off. I have so much shit turned off. Just like, there's if you join my Discord, go into the resources section, there are websites there where you might be able to find a PDF of that for free, or an audiobook even.
So I'm not going to talk about whether I think like immigration has largely been good or bad for America. I mean, it's been largely good. You don't have to believe that to keep watching this video. So here's what happened. If we take the 30,000 foot view and stop looking at like each individual news story as it comes out, here's the broader context. During the administration of the last president, who was a more liberal president, there was a lot of immigration. There were a lot of refugees or people who might be refugees who he said, yes, come into the country. And then we'll slowly, because we don't have a lot of capacity for it, run you through the process of deciding whether or not you're a legitimate refugee and you stay in the country. I think there was a lot of problems with this way of doing things.
We were also doing this shit for a while. Would you join the mafia for clout? Yes.
Feels to me like
only if I get to be the Don.
This or handling it or communicating it well was not on Joe Biden's list of priorities. We could talk about why that might have been. Maybe he was too old to be running the country, but hey, all right, now the liberals are mad at me. Come at me. I'm not going to pretend like I don't feel that I was betrayed by all of the people who were involved in the decision to have Joe Biden run for president a second time. Whatever. You could be mad at me. It was a huge failure. So yeah, you got that, and it's going to be a weakness. It's going to be a way for the right-wing party, who's traditionally anti-immigrant, to come at people and tell stories.
By the way, did you guys see the tweets that were coming out from like the top Hitlers of the influencer, right? The liches? The Charlie Kirk and Matt Walsh, and there was one other tweet. They all had the same copy post. Oh, it was Jack Posobiec. All had the copy pasted tweet of, all right, now we have to start going after like third world people. Like, we don't want anyone who's not white in the country now. That's what they flipped to. It's no longer let's get the illegals out. It's let's go get everyone who's not white out of the country.
That are bad. Let's actually look at J.D. Vance talking about this recently with Ross Douthat.
I really do think that social solidarity is destroyed when you have too much migration too quickly. And so that's not...
I want to femdom and quit my job immediately. Please do. And be very mean to these people. Ban all third world immigrants, legal or illegal. There should be a moratorium on all immigration from the third world to reach our capacity. Matt Walsh, same thing from Charlie Kirk. Same thing from Jack Posobiec. They got their marching orders. It is, let's get all of the not white people out of America. And hell yeah, what, there's 41 people watching and not 41 likes? That's not fair, guys. You guys gotta like it. You guys gotta like the stream. You guys gotta support the stream. There's not gonna be many of us. Do you realize how many people who stream politics are going to drop out when they start getting threatened with their livelihood, with going to prison, with ICE showing up at their door calling them terrorists, because they're already calling the left terrorists. I don't live in America. They can't come touch me. They can ban me off this platform. That's fine. I'll just find another one. But you guys gotta like support the people that you care about, that you watch. Go support Hassan. Go whatever streamer that you watch. Like, they are coming for them. We're next. The media is next in line.
I hate the migrants or I'm motivated by grievance.
That's
really, because I'm trying to preserve something in my own country where we are a unified nation.
So social solidarity can be destroyed when you have too much migration too quickly, is a thing that he thinks. And so you might then wonder.
I have a really good video explaining why people think like that and where we got there. And how we got here. The ADL went after Hassan. It's insane. The ADL goes after literally anybody who doesn't like Israel. I want you to be so mean to rich conservative white men. I am already so mean to rich conservative white men. Hassan got his global entry status revoked for suspicion of terrorism. Yeah, that happened like this week. I'm gonna explode. This is rigged. Well,
connection.
Here's how they rig it. Now, look, this is gonna be like, this is gonna come off as like touchy-feely emotional shit for a lot of you, and I know you guys don't like to engage in that, but that is part of the reason why we're here. So pay the fuck attention to what this woman says. She is correct in what she's saying, and this is what we need to fix.
Connection is collapsing, and dating is just the first place we're noticing the cracks.
It's not, but
I need you to think about it. If even the place where people are supposed to be vulnerable and open is breaking down...
Which, by the way, we're at a point where there are men saying it is gay to have sex with your wife if it's not for procreation. So, yes, your intimacy, your relationship, the place where you're supposed to be able to be yourself has broken down.
Everything else. What does that say about everything else? I'm going to try to piece this all together. So please, for the love of God, stay with me. So, you guys remember cable? Yeah. That dusty relic from the past where television didn't ask you who you were. It just told you what was on at 8. That wasn't just nostalgia. It was infrastructure. Even if you were a Disney kid and I was a Cartoon Network kid, we still shared the same programming blocks, the same commercials. Even the act of waiting for a show created synchronicity. We were culturally braided together. Now, we lack a base note, and I'll say it, and you all know
Nobody has any
social
connection.
media. But social media didn't just fracture our milestones; it splintered our identities. Talk about
Which I've talked about before. In that, oh my goodness! Thank you for the generous donation, Jesse Murph. I really appreciate that. But like I've said this before, in that it's not just the connection, it's not just TV, it's not the internet, it's not social media on its own. These are all symptoms of the like actual problem. What we're experiencing now is a product of this. All of this comes from profit. Social media on its own did not have to destroy our brains, but because we made it in a way that is profit-seeking, that it's demanding all of your attention, you spend as much time looking into the doom sphere as possible. It's designed so that you never stop looking at it. Then you don't go outside. You don't talk to people. You don't talk to your friends. Your friends see different things than you, and they believe different things than you. And then you can't agree on anything because you can't agree on which news source that you're watching is even correct. There is so much confusion out there because there's such a mass of media. And like, to add into this, what the fuck are you supposed to do now when we have this?
Angela Carter here, live from the Cedar Grove flood disaster. Just kidding, I'm not real. This is Dana Brooks reporting live from Ocean View Beach. Just kidding, I'm not real. This is Charlotte Reed reporting live from Clearwater Beach, where an unidentified...
So, like, people are already at the point where they're so splintered that none of us believe anything at all, really. And then now we have this added into it. But it's the idea of you need to be... Those look like my Instagram. Yeah, they do, don't they?
Just kidding, I'm not real.
Angela Carter said one of the things that you can do to try and lessen this impact is to try and spend your time on social media on a computer, not on your phone. Like, get a laptop or a computer. If you want to scroll on Instagram, sit down in a chair and open a laptop or a computer and scroll then. It is harder for them to get you to be hyper-focused on this. You can pay attention to anything you want. You can focus better. Your phone is built to constantly distract you. I'm so mad about all this, I can hardly speak. I understand, yeah, Headless Chicken, I'm fucking furious. But it's not just AI, it's not just social media, it's not just the fascism, it's all of them putting this together and creating this. Red Note is no better, by the way. Red Note is also trying to propagandize to you. All of these are made for profit. The media is controlled by the corpos, and the corpos want you to be angry. They want you to be poor. They want you to be frustrated because they want you to not have the time or energy to fuck with them. All of this is to protect corporations. All of this is to protect the richest of corporations.
Dark side of hyperchoice, am I right? The capitalist illusion is that more options gives you more freedom, which equals more happiness. But too many options does not create freedom. It creates fragmentation. At first, it does sound utopian. You get to be whoever you want, but what's the cost?
They dissociate you from reality. You are suffering from a dissociation from your personal reality. So many Americans believe that their walls are their castle, that everyone outside of their home wants to harm them. And that's never been true. It's never been true. But people believe that's true. Just like how people believe that Los Angeles is on fire right now. Because they were told that over and over and over and over again. Therapy is more individualism. I don't find that helpful at all. Therapy, I often find that people use therapy language to then go and justify what they're doing and hide behind it. They use it to avoid accountability rather than actually internalize it. And I've talked about this before. And that the greatest issue for that comes from an inability to feel discomfort without having to react to it. Critical thinking requires you to be able to do introspection. You have to actually be able to do the work in therapy. Yes, you have to be able to sit in that discomfort. Go and practice this. All of you, please, I'm begging you, 10 minutes a week. Put all of your electronics outside of one room and then go sit in a room with no electronics, no input, no phone, no social media, no 10 minutes. Just sit there by yourself. And I don't know, like you can look around you, read the, I don't know, titles of the books you have in your bookshelf. Just don't pick up anything and distract yourself. Just be in your body for 10 minutes a week. You'd be amazed at how much that'll help you. And no, Red Note is also propagandizing to you. It's all part of the same system because Red Note is also built on getting your attention and you still use it on your phone, which is built to make you addicted to it. Your phone is an addiction. It functions in your brain like gambling does. It functions almost exactly like cocaine does in your brain.
There's no longer a collective we, and human beings ache for shared meaning. With 1 billion streams, who's swimming in yours? Now, before phones, we already had to deal with the loss of synchronized experience. It's that invisible cliff in your late 20s.
Then you have to get okay with it, brain matter. Be in your body, in your existence, and you can be angry at it, but don't hate it. It's your existence. It's the only one you have, and you have to live in it. That's the whole point. Everything that you do other than that is distracting from that until you're able to sit in your own space, in your body, and feel your body and be okay with that. Everything else you're doing is distracting from that. Once you have succeeded in doing that, then you're now living. But until you have managed to successfully do this, then you're not living your life. You're just dissociating. Oh, I know you know, brain matter, and I do appreciate the springboard there. But I really do believe that if you can't be in your body and be okay with your existence and sit in that, not like you can be uncomfortable. That's fine. I have chronic pain. I have fibromyalgia. I fucking hate my body, but that's fine. I can still be okay to exist in it for 10 minutes without having to react. And then that grows. That grows into now you're having a conversation with somebody and they say something that makes you feel uncomfortable. And now you have some practice in feeling uncomfortable that you can use some form of critical thinking before you react to that. And, you know, it grows from there. These are things that we should be teaching children in school, but we teach kids the opposite of this. We teach kids to not critically think. We make people think that they're thinking when they're not thinking, because that's what benefits the capital class.
Everyone's timeline's quietly split, and you can't even name the moment it happened. You're not in a classroom reading Hatchet
Poop without
anymore.
your phone. Poop without your phone. Shower without music playing. Like, do something, you know? Like, spend time with yourself. Like, hang out with your own self, you know? Declare, like, a set schedule. Tuesday, when I take a shower, I'm not going to listen to music. And then stick to it.
The birthday parties
hangout time
stop.
with you.
The school dances stop. The hangouts stop. Then one friend gets married, has kids, another's in grad school for 8 years, another vanishes to Pennsylvania. Making friends has always been hard outside of shared experiences. But at least back in the day, they had porches, church basements, arcades, bowling alleys, places where presents didn't cost $14.99 and a 2-drink minimum.
Yeah, we teach kids to like distract and pacify any negative experience or emotional state, and it stunts them. Absolutely.
You a soda, a game token.
Like, also, we coddle. We coddle because we don't want people to feel uncomfortable. Let's say with bullying, right? When it comes to bullying, You don't want to give consequences to the bully in a way that might look like you're bullying the bully as, like, let's say, school staff. Whereas the kid's getting bullied and you don't do anything to help that kid. I was bullied as a kid. I know what that's like. The teachers pretend to help, but they're like, oh, well, like, we don't want you to be bullied. That's really bad. Let's make it illegal. But we don't want to actually put consequences on the bully because that's bad and they shouldn't have to, because they're probably bullying somebody because of material circumstances in their home and their parents are shit. I don't care. I don't care. We need to start treating people like how they exist in society. I don't care if your social, psychological, material conditions created the shitty person that you are. You are currently a shitty person. And I'm going to treat you as a shitty person. And I'm going to talk about why you're a shitty person. And I'll acknowledge that. It's not innate. Nobody's born innately shitty or evil. People are born innately social. Everything from there is then added in via nurture. Being dissociated from our bodies is the first thing capitalism teaches us? Yeah, absolutely. My brother and sister-in-law have been teaching my nephew emotional regulation skills. This kid is a month shy of 3, and he's already practicing, in the practice of taking a deep breath at fear and frustration. I'm amazed to hear that. Thank God that there's some people like actually teaching their kids how to do this. They're probably scared of bullying the parents. Yeah, they are actually. The parents are almost always the biggest fucking problem in schools anyway. My kids trained their bodies not to go to the bathroom during school hours. It's sick. Yeah, no, I never fucked with that. I was such a bad, like, student. Bring shame back. Yeah, honestly, bully the bullies. Like, this is why I'm perfectly okay with bullying right-wingers when they're adults. I think that these kids should have been bullied more as a kid. Imagine if Elon Musk got bullied more as a kid, if he would be less annoying today. And I'm not joking about that. Bullying is bad. But sometimes, like, you need it a little bit, you know? Like, when the kid is so entitled that they think they deserve everything and that, you should have to give everything to them and then say thank you. No, they deserve to be bullied a bit. Make bullying great again. Baga.
And a shot at belonging. And now in 2025, inflation made socializing a luxury. Phones replaced presence. Bars replaced community. And everything's tethered to a transaction. That disorientation.
Are we calling for bullying or exposure therapy? It's the second one, but people need to, like, it's the language that you use matters, and me calling it exposure therapy then sounds woke, hits the woke filter, and then gets ignored. So calling it bullying passes the woke filter, and then the people that I actually want to hear it, which is, like, not MAGA. It's the politically unaligned who also end up, like, getting some MAGA talking points and have that woke filter built into them anyway, even though they're not MAGA.
Doesn't just live in our wallets. It's in our timelines, our algorithms, our attention spans. The fragmentation isn't just physical anymore. It's psychological. Everything is out of sync. I'm binging this. You're doom scrolling that. Someone else is deep into a 47-part Icelandic YouTube docu-series about moss farming. There is no shared soil to grow in anymore. And when you do find it...
It's a huge issue with white supremacy culture is avoidance of conflict. We must learn how to deal with conflict. Conflict is human. And this is what I mean. All of the white supremacists are fucking cowards. So go and create conflict. If they're up in your face... I've said this before. If you have a fascist, a right-winger, someone, some asshole who wants to come hurt you, they get up, you get up. Match their body language. If they want to come close to you, you put your arm out. You say, this is my space. Do not come any closer. In America, you do have the right to defend yourself. If they come past this, you hit them. I promise you, if they don't have a felony, they have never been in a real fight. If you have been in a real fight in the United States of America, you have a felony. And if they don't, then I'm not afraid of them. What's up, Dumpy Koala? We should feel discomfort. Learning about the past atrocities is how we learn. And this is why I said one of the giant reasons that Nazism is so big today is because when we learned about the Holocaust, they avoided showing us the worst parts because, that's too explicit to show children. They taught us about how all of Germany was propagandized to love the Nazis, but did they show us what the propaganda was? No. Is that the same exact propaganda being employed today? Yes. My parents made sure by the age of 10, I stopped using my hands against my siblings. They said I'd go to jail. Good. But these days, parents do the opposite. Parents teach their kids to do violence, not to avoid violence. They, like, the right-wingers are the child groomers. You know that, right? Every accusation is a confession, and they are the child groomers, except they want to groom children into being fucking barefoot trad wives and militia members. That's their goal. That's been their goal. Look at this shit. I can't... About to go see Les Miserables with POTUS at the Kennedy Center. First of all, why the fuck are you people going to see Les Mis? Les Mis is too good for JD Vance and Donald Trump. Mita Usha, so what's this about? A barber who kills people? Usha, hysterical laughter? Yeah, of course you don't know. They asked Trump if he identifies more with Jean Valjean or Javert.
President, what did the regime... we're not going to allow that.
Mr. President, can you tell us a question on the musical? Have you seen the musical before, and do you identify more with Jean Valjean or Javert?
That's a tough one, that last part of that question. That's tough, I think.
That's tough, huh?
You better answer that one, honey. I don't know. I've seen it. We've seen it a number of times. It's fantastic. I thought it was just about our first choice.
Les Mis is too good for these fucking people.
So that's what we got. And we have others coming. Other great ones are coming.
What does that even mean? Other great ones are coming. When asked, are you Jean Valjean or Javert? Do you identify more with... Bold to assume that there are any thoughts behind those eyes. Well, there are thoughts. The thoughts are usually just, like, violent. Oh, by the way, ICE is directly targeting the people who make food now. Which, originally I thought maybe wasn't the case, but now that we have figured out the plan of this government specifically is to make the conditions so bad that you feel like you have to commit crime to live, so that you will then go and commit crime, and then they can arrest you, put you in prison where they can make you work for free. That's the whole point. All of this is so that you go and commit crime and then go to prison, so then you can be enslaved.
ICE agents arrived at the field you see behind me earlier this morning. In fact, according to a couple of farm workers we had a chance to talk to, ICE agents arrived right around 6 o'clock this morning. Cell phone video that was posted online right after the raid show ICE agents chasing after some of the workers. Yeah. ICE hasn't said how many people they detained at this raid earlier today. The agriculture industry in Ventura County is a $2 billion a year industry. That's billion with the B. So raid.
Since when does YouTube censor the word famine? What the fuck? All right, I have a lot of settings to fuck with after this because we're going to be covering the birthday parade bullshit on Saturday for the entire time, the whole 10 hours. So I'll have it fixed by then. How many employers and CEOs have been gone after not hiring undocumented people but making them undocumented in the first place? Quite a bit. I was a trad wife. It sucked. I was also kind of a trad wife, and it did indeed suck.
Raids like this could have a significant impact on what's planted and picked here. One of the workers didn't want us to show his face while he talked to us. Another one was okay with us showing her face, but not giving us her name. One of the workers described what he saw when they arrived to work this morning, and the other talked about the anxiety of coming to work because you don't know if ICE will be coming to your Ventura County field while you're working.
Guys, ICE is coming everywhere. This is an invasion. We are at war. Oh, amazing footage. Anti-ICE protesters rush the ICE transport vehicle. This is the second instance now that I'm seeing of it. This, by the way, is like the first actual action, this and the one that we showed earlier of the same action, that I would consider militaristic rather than just protest. This is them trying to free the hostages that ICE is kidnapping. Do you hear the people sing? True. I do. Where's this transport vehicle being rushed? Come on. To one man versus a slave to profit. I mean, to be fair, you were a slave to profit either way, because the man is also a slave to profit, but... This is all capitalism. This is, by the way, what capitalism looks like in decay. This has to happen. It's the end state. This is actually wild. New York cops are usually much worse than this. Like, these cops are behaving quite well, actually. Even that one with his knee on the guy. Like, they're usually much worse than this. Remember, the NYPD would be the fourth largest military in the world if New York was its own country. And they also have a submarine. So, didn't get that IDF training yet? Maybe, yeah. Maybe these guys didn't. I don't like being property. I would like to be people. Yeah. And you know what? I've said this before. We used to be the product. Remember the saying, you know, like if the service is free, then you're the product? We were the product. We're not anymore. We're not the product. We're now the raw material that's being mined to create the product. We're the ore to make the product now. Because the product is AI. They are getting all of our data and then putting it into a machine to learn about us and then watch us from the sky and know everything that we would ever do or say. And to, I don't know, predetermine whether we're going to commit crimes before crimes are committed. That's the whole point. We are now the ore. At least I hope that's what they're thinking. They know that consequences of not behaving means military gets deployed. No, I don't think that that's what they're thinking. I think it's more just like they don't want themselves to look like the LA cops. Like they don't want everyone to see NYPD and think that they're the same as ICE. But it's too late because those cops might have been nice, but most of them haven't been, unfortunately. What is nice is this, though. This is fantastic. Everyone booed Trump at the Kennedy Center when they went to go watch Les Mis. There will always be more of us than there are of them, and that's the point. That is the point. What's the Pentagon Pizza Index looking like? All right, well, the pizza index looks like the amount of pizza orders has gone down a little bit. So, that's good. But just so you know, like, if this were to happen in Iran, Americans would lose their shit. If this was happening in Iran instead of America, the things that they'd be saying...
The director's onto it. The DHS director's onto it.
Yeah, we've got some action here, Aaron. Apologize. I want to go back to Bill Malugin. He's live there. He and Tommy Chu is his photographer. Bill, what are you seeing? Because we're seeing a lot.
Hey, Trace. Well, this new random massive group of protesters just showed up here. Hundreds upon hundreds of them. We're walking behind them.
He's on.
This, like, it's demonic. These people are all fucking demons. All right, I got one cool thing for you that's kind of nice, and then we're gonna learn about how the new deep state, the new rulers of the country. In fact, I've said this before. I don't even think that you could consider America a fascist country anymore. Because fascism requires subservience to the state, and we now have a corporation that goes above the state. Why does the NYPD have offices all over the world? I don't know. All I know is they use their Tel Aviv office to train police officers, so you know. This is a Ukrainian cat taking down an FPV drone, and I think it's amazing. Also, the cat took it down from, like, the side and the bottom, so it didn't explode. I swear, animals are such a good defense. I had 3 white kids. I did what my country wanted, and you still got fucked over. Jess, you are the perfect, like, embodiment of exactly what Republican ideology is. You did everything they asked you to do, and you still got fucked over. Everything that they asked you to do. You had 3 fucking kids. You were a trad wife. All of it. And what did it get you? Nothing. Misery is what they got you. Because they hate you. That's the reality of it. And it's not your fault for, like, getting stuck in that, of course. Because the system is built for you to think that that is what you have to do. I've been there. That that's the normal way to live. But it's not. It's not a normal way to live. It's them grooming you. That is what grooming is. That's the grooming of the right. Okay, hold on. Now the pizza index is showing some weird shit. After being slow all day, the Domino's closest to the Pentagon is now showing very average traffic. Extreme Pizza is slightly above average. Other locations have below average traffic, so it looks like no war tonight. Maybe not tonight. So, pizza orders have gone down. Thank God for the Pentagon Pizza Index. So what do they expect to have, like 60,000 National Guard deployed indefinitely in every blue city for the rest of the admin? Well, first of all, they would not be National Guard because they'd be federalized. They'd be U.S. Army. But yes, they've said they're going to invade blue cities. Trump has said he wants troops everywhere across the country, and J.D. Vance answered, like, the question of why are we pulling troops out of, why do we have more active duty soldiers in America than we do currently in Syria and Iraq? We should always have more active duty soldiers active in the United States protecting the people. Why do you think that we have all of those tanks and Bradleys and Stryker vehicles headed to DC? Do you think it's just for the parade? Do you think that, like, after the parade, maybe, I don't know, when first of all the roads are fucked up and they say, oh, it's too expensive to fix this, we need private industry to help, and they go, hey, Palantir, hey, Peter Thiel, how would you like to lead a city-state, which they've talked about extensively, and fix the roads after all of these destroy the roads? And then what happens to these afterward? Where do you think these are going to head to? Are they going to stay in DC? Or are they going to get used against us? Glory to our beloved supreme leader, the convicted felon. Yeah, literally. He's literally said if it's illegal to protest his birthday party. He said, I will kill you if you protest my birthday party. And by the way, they have to have fake seats. They're paying people. They're busing in supporters to sit in fake seats. No one likes these people. Trump warns that anyone who protests at the U.S. military parade on Saturday will be met with very heavy force. It's war, guys. We're at war. And we're at war with these people being in charge of the government. Donald Trump's not in charge. These people are in charge.
We're doing it.
This is not fascism. This goes above fascism.
We're doing it. And I'm sure you're enjoying this as
your
much
release
as
is
I
going to get
am.
me copyrighted, but whatever.
All this damage and death can be traced back to one man, Alex Karp, the demon that walks the earth, claiming to be a savior to the people of the Western world with involvements in the CIA, ICE, Ukraine, military actions in the Middle East, and soon to be Terminator robots weaponized here in the US. His words, not mine. We will go over briefly how he grew up, which surprised the hell out of me. Then we will tackle the real issues at hand, which is what he has created over the last 20 years and
I don't
plans
really
to
care
push
about how
forward
he
in the
grew
future.
up. We know what he is. He's a demon. So let's get to, yeah, here we go. Here's where Thiel starts to come in.
Thiel in the PayPal mafia had just sold PayPal for over $1 billion.
If the mayor and governor
Thiel
won't do their
walked away.
job, looks like Trump will have to do it for them. Mate, there are no, like, there's no riots. The mayor and the fucking governor don't need help. You invaded California by sending illegally U.S. Army into a state that has not requested them. California couldn't handle the wildfires. You people are genuinely sick. Like, you need so much mental health help. You should be institutionalized. I genuinely, Swerton, I think people like you need to get picked up by the police and then put into a hospital for, like, years and have therapy forced onto you. I want to do to you what you're doing to ICE after we free the fucking hostages from you fucking terrorists, and then I want to put you in a hospital, and I want you to get treatment until you're a normal human being again. Fucking demons.
With over $50 million for himself. And with that money, he tells Karp he's going to start a new business and he wants Karp to run it. Thiel claims the fraud detection system for data that PayPal was using could potentially be used at mass scale for not just normal people, but for governments around the world, thus the creation of Palantir. Palantir is a software company that can integrate, analyze massive amounts of data from images.
Actually, you know what? This is far too old. Let's jump to the future a bit. Hold on. That's quite old. Let's see the Palantir military AI demo.
Is it possible to use an AI
that was shown to Israel 2 years ago? This is, by the way, what Lavender is built on. The AI that they used to kill Palestinians. This is now the beta version of what's going to be employed in America. So think about this and then improve the bits that don't work.
AI chatbot to fight a war? Palantir,
Thank you,
backed
promotion.
by
Free
billionaire Peter
Palestine.
Thiel, is launching something called Palantir Artificial Intelligence Platform, a software that will incorporate large language models like GPT. And we're going to watch demo clips that display how a military unit might use AIP to fight a war. But first, let's see how Palantir describes their 3 core pillars.
AIP unleashes the power of large language models and cutting-edge AI for defense and military organizations. LLMs and algorithms must be controlled in this highly regulated and sensitive context to ensure that they are used in a legal and ethical way. AIP's capabilities make the use of LLMs and AI possible in the military context through 3 core pillars. First, AIP deploys LLMs and AI across any network, from classified networks to devices on the tactical edge. AIP connects highly sensitive and classified intelligence data to create a real-time representation of your environment. Second, AIP's security features let you define what LLMs and AI can and cannot see, and what they can and cannot do. With safe AI,
This is gonna be so stupid. You know what? I'll just I can make this much shorter just by showing you one fucking headline here. This is what's in charge. Gabbard admits to asking an AI program to see what should be declassified in the JFK files. We don't live under a fascist state. Like, fascism requires the state to be at the top. Palantir, a private corporation, is above. This is technofeudalism. This isn't fascism. Hitler was a product of material reality. He wasn't special. Anyone could be Hitler. We have too many Hitlers, in fact. And unfortunately, we have built the material reality that creates Hitlers. On purpose, actually. And remember, Hitler got a lot of his ideas from America. Jim Crow inspired a lot of what Hitler did.
and handoff functions. Third, AIP brings industry-leading guardrails to control, govern, and trust in the AI. As operators and AI take
Some
action
people
in
can't be
platform,
rehabilitated,
AIP
but
generates a
absolutely
secure
try.
digital
Like,
record
every
of
possible
operations.
way of
These
trying
capabilities are crucial for mitigating significant
prison,
legal, regulatory, and ethical risks posed by LLMs and AI in sensitive and classified settings.
Now here's another clip featuring a ChatGPT-style interface with an operator that will monitor activity in a hypothetical scenario.
We start with a military operator.
Also, remember that Israel told their troops to listen to the AI program as if it was a commanding officer.
Responsible for monitoring activity within Eastern Europe. They've just received an alert that military equipment is amassed in a field 30 kilometers from friendly forces. AIP leverages large language models to allow operators to quickly ask questions. Show me more details. They ask what enemy units are in the region and leverage AI to build out a likely unit formation. What enemy military unit is in the region?
This is how they're looking at the protests. There are literally MQ, like Reaper drones flying above Los Angeles. And honestly, drones flying above every city, watching the protests, analyzing you, looking at your face. Do not bring your phone to a protest because they're pulling all the metadata off of your phone to watch you. Like, this is monitoring everything. You shouldn't fall into nihilism over this because nihilism doesn't suit anything. Like, we're at war, mate. Like, you don't have, like, war sucks. We are at war, though, but being sad about being at war isn't helping fight the war. You're at war against the Nazis. So, like, yeah, that shit sucks. I am also very sad to be at war with the Nazis, but I'm fighting the Nazis until I die. I don't care if this kills me or they kill me. Or we win without killing anything. I think that we could win pretty easily if we could get people on the left to agree with each other, to work with each other, which seems to be not really working. But that's also because of the same media environment, causing the split between the leftist and the liberal. We could have prevented this in November. At this point, I don't care. I don't care at this point. Yes, we could have prevented it. People didn't vote. They fucked it up. It doesn't matter whose fault it is anymore. Thinking like, oh, we could have fixed this is not useful anymore. It doesn't help any way. We're at war. We could have stopped the war. Hell yeah, we could have stopped the war. I'm not mad at the people who didn't anymore, though. It's too late for me to be mad about these people. Yeah, all of us are walking in the same direction. We need to work together. I don't care at this point. As long as you're not the enemy, I don't care. We were at war before November, this is true, but now we're actively at war, and most of the country didn't recognize that we were at war before November. We've been at war since 2016, in my opinion, but
additional imagery
it
to
is just
build a more
capitalism,
complete
but it's
picture of
above
the potential
capitalism
enemy
now.
equipment
This
on the
isn't
ground.
even capitalism. Jess, what Palantir does isn't even capitalism. They're anti-capitalist. They're just techno-feudalists. They're worse than capitalism. Something, it could have been Bernie, and Bernie would have only been a band-aid. I'm sorry. I named my cat Franklin Delano Roosevelt because I love FDR, but Franklin Delano Roosevelt only existed so that capitalism could keep existing. If, like, that was the only reason FDR existed. It was to continue capitalism. Because the country didn't want capitalism. There was a movement towards socialism. So progressive liberalism was introduced to, like, calm that down. Which, by the way, was enough that they tried to coup FDR in 1933 and install a fascist governance in the United States as well. I have 2 videos on that. I agree with you, but I think it conflates the root when we sell it's something other than capitalism. I agree with you in that, like, messaging wise, yeah, it makes sense. But this does go above capitalism. This is what happens when capitalism consolidates entirely.
Task new imagery for this location at a resolution of 1 meter or higher.
That's a high resolution. You know what? I'm skipping off this. I don't have it in me to do Palantir today. I do have it in me to do good news. The EU, 3 countries in the EU are debating whether minors should have access to social media, which please fucking ban social media for minors. It was great that we did it in Australia. It's only 16. It should be higher, but I want them to do it there too. It was fantastic. Australian kids are happier now, by the way.
The European debate on minors' access to social networks has begun. 3 European Union member states, France, Spain and Greece, are putting forward the idea of a digital majority, an age below which it would be forbidden to connect to platforms. The aim is to protect teenagers and children from dangerous online content.
Aujourd'hui, dans les conditions d'utilisation de ces plateformes, il y a déjà un âge minimum, c'est 13 ans. Mais le système actuel, on a tous été des enfants, changer sa date de naissance c'est très facile. Et donc le système actuel fait qu'en moyenne, les enfants se connectent et se créent des comptes à partir de 7-8 ans. Donc ça doit changer, on a une opportunité à ne pas manquer.
The 3 countries believe that the algorithms used by social networks expose the very young to addictive content that can lead to increased anxiety or depression.
All of this is factual and, like, the evidence points to this entirely. Yes, 100%. Make it 18. I personally think that smartphones should be illegal if you're under 25. Now, I know I'm far too, like, extreme on that, and that will never happen, but that is my personal belief. So, I'll take whatever I can get here.
They also argue that excessive exposure may limit the development of certain skills and alter cognitive abilities.
It does.
The European Union has enacted legislation in the form of the Digital Services Regulation. The text tackles illegal content such as hate speech, terrorism, and child pornography. For industry representatives, new legislation appears premature at this stage.
At this stage, we think that the new rules need to first play out properly. We have not seen all the effects yet. The Digital Services Act for most companies has only entered into force last year. And as I said, we're still waiting for some guidance on the new minor protection obligations. That's why I think it's a little rushed at this stage to already discuss new rules.
How is techno-feudalism not capitalism? It goes above capitalism because capitalism requires markets like that are free markets, whereas techno-feudalism is a way to just funnel money up to the top, and there is no, like, market of exchange between you and other people. It's just between you and the corpo, and the corpo might have exchange with, like, 1 or 2 other like fiefdoms of corpos. It would be you or basically a serf. So the capitalism exists for the people at the very, 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 very top. But all of your money, whether you're taking money, like you're getting paid wages, or whether you're buying things, is going and coming from the same place. So there is no exchange, which is what, like, capitalism requires. There's no market. There's no marketplace that is, you know, goods are coming and going from different places. You're trading with them. They're trading with you. None of that system exists. Everything is company town. Palantir owns, or like XAI owns everything. It's a monopoly town. Capitalism consolidating is just capitalism. It's the final form of capitalism. It's like monopoly capitalism, but to a degree in which there are like 2 or 3 existing capital owners, and that's it. So, like, technically it is a function that is in capitalism, but this goes above it in that it goes into the feudalist system, which we had before capitalism. We got out of feudalism by capitalism. This combines the two and brings out the worst in both worlds. What's up, Berlin? Twitch has been fucked today, so we're on YouTube. No, I know. I'm not explaining it well either, Just Murph. Don't worry. I get what you mean. The difference really being how you engage with the money versus how, like, the capital owners do. You don't get access to capital under techno-feudalism. Like, you won't own your home. You won't own property that you won't own stocks that you can go and then make money off of. This is capital. You don't have access to capital, but they do. Part of this is also going to be like defaulting on the US debt and switching the currency to crypto, which they've talked about, in which they're like, it's a long shot on whether they're actually going to be able to manage the crypto shit, but we are absolutely defaulting on the debt within like the next 2 years. But it's a way to steal everything from you and make you a poor serf that owns nothing. You will own nothing and be happy, basically. You will eat the bugs.
I think it's also really important that we take much more into account the reality and the implications for minors in such a crude ban.
The European Commission is currently working on an age verification application. Last month, it also published draft guidelines to protect minors. It proposes measures to verify the age of users or to set children's accounts to private by default.
If you haven't read what Curtis Yarvin has written, I mean it sucks to read, but like this is what all of the conservatives believe. So like, you know, you should read Curtis Yarvin if you haven't read him already. The man in his fucking book talks about turning us into biofuel. All right, like literally like into biofuel. He says it as a joke. It's not a joke. Curtis Yarvin.
The institution is also conducting investigations against TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook as part of its efforts to protect minors.
A lot of book recommendations in chat today. True. Meanwhile, in Russia, pundits rejoice about the unrest in the United States, hoped it would grow into a civil war they've been anticipating for decades, and opined that Trump's mission is to destroy America. Well, the Russians are, for once, actually correct about something. I fucking hate the Russians so much. Like, so much. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Oh, could you guys believe that Trump was the first world leader to call Greta Thunberg's, like, kidnapping a kidnapping? This man, he was the first one to call it a kidnapping.
I think Israel has enough problems without kidnapping Greta Thunberg.
Not mentioning the fact that they also kidnapped a French member of parliament, but, you know, that's a whole other thing. It's wild that he was the first one to call it that, though.
I think Israel has enough problems.
He was accidentally correct. Which, by the way, France is fucking mad. He was doing it mockingly. He was mocking Israel, yeah. So we got some messages, by the way, from the people that are still detained in Israel, the people who didn't sign the deportation order. So Rima Hassan, who is a member of French Parliament, sent a message that she was placed in solitary confinement after writing "Free Palestine" on the walls of her cell. Yeah, they're torturing Rima. Yeah, they're torturing a lot of them. They're torturing all of them, really. She has started a hunger strike. Diego Avila has also begun a hunger strike. We have a share from Mark Pascal and Giannis, members of the crew. Journalism is not a crime. True. I can't read that, but you know, if you can, feel free to. There you go. Oh, wait, here we go. Yeah. Greetings from Israeli prisons. We were intercepted aboard the boat Madeleine 110 nautical miles off the coast of Gaza, as in they were in international waters and Israel committed piracy and kidnapping. That is in the middle of international waters. This was an act of piracy. I love when I don't read the following and then that still happens. I love Jägermeister, one bottle down. All right. I mean, have fun, Halo MCC boss. Get that pentakill. So, We are used to dealing with a rogue state. It is urgent that the European governments impose concrete sanctions on Israel, an end to arms sales, suspension of diplomatic relations, official recognition of Palestinian state, and full economic and cultural boycott of the country. The fact that Israel is now rushing to intercept boats further and further out of international waters shows how deeply threatened they feel by the growing outcry against the ongoing genocide in Gaza. I'm scared. I'm growing a forest. I'm not scared of the bugs. Well, good. Grow a food forest. I've talked about this before. You can go knock on some of your neighbors' doors and find like an empty plot of land in your like city, and you can say, hey, maybe we should pull some money together and create like a food garden that is like for the community. So, you know, I don't know, like some bullshit. Oh, tomatoes are getting really expensive in the store. Maybe we could just like grow our own. Get a nice little community food garden growing. They're fucking torturing her, though. Let me see if I can find the other thing, because that was quite bad. Oh, actually, this is good news, though. The Hague Group convenes from states from all across the world an emergency conference to halt the genocide in Gaza. Now, like, is this going to do anything? Probably not, because the United Nations and the Hague seem to have lost most of their power. The Russians are re-Stalinizing. That is true. How many times am I gonna have to like explain that it's Twitch's fault, not me? I hate this. I'm so mad at Twitch that they're doing this to me. Another benefit of gardening or even keeping houseplants is it gives you opportunities to engage in mindfulness, even if just for a moment. True. You are keeping a living thing alive. You are feeding it. You are responsible for its continued existence. And that's important. All right. So here is directly from the people that Israel is torturing.
سريع جدا لم يعطوا أي تنبيه أصلا بالأساس أنهم سيأتوا لمحاصرة القرب. كنا في تلك اللحظة نبعد حوالي 100 ميل في المياه الإقليمية الدولية عن غزة. لم نكن بالقرب تماما من أي حدود إسرائيلية.
No, Rumble's for Nazis and pedophiles. Kick is for gambling addicts and Nazis.
انتشرت طائرات درون كثيرة في السماء سلط ضوء شديد جدا على القارب وبالتالي لا نستطيع الرؤية من حولنا وبدأت تلقي هذه المادة التي هي علينا ربما تظهر هنا في جانب منها ما أن نلمس هذه المادة بجلدنا حتى تصبح باللون الأسود. حصروا القارب في خلال ثواني معدودة ما بعد رش هذا الشيء على القارب وقفزوا على القارب سريعا احتجزونا بغرفة داخل القارب لمدة وصلت إلى يوم تقريبا. هذا اليوم كل ما كانوا يفعلوه أنهم يحاولوا أن يعطونا طعام وماء بشرط أن يأخذوا صورة لنا وهم يفعلون هذا. طبعا هذا جعل البقية يرفضون أن يأخذوا أي طعام أو شراب منهم بالمرة. هذا القارب ظل.
Hello MCC boss, if you're speaking about Bosnia, maybe you should go look at what the Serbs are doing. They want to start the genocide again.
يسير لقرابة 12 ساعة تقريبا 12 ساعة في المياه الإقليمية الدولية إلى أن أوصلنا إلى أشدود تقريبا. بقينا داخل القارب لقرابة 10 ساعات أخرى. ابتدأوا طبعا في البداية.
I've said this before. All of the world's problems come from the Balkan countries. All of them. They're all ontologically evil. Israel, Balkan country. America, Balkanized country. Russia, Balkans. Bulgaria, all of them Balkans. All of the world's problems come from the Balkans. What was the chemical? I have to guess it was something that probably would eliminate. No, from what I've seen, I looked into it. I can't find any specific information on it, but it looks like it would be like something that smells bad. Isn't Turkey Balkan? Yes, Turkey is like the wall of the Balkans. Yeah. Of course a Turk would say that. Literally, Balkans are the world's problems, and I'm saying that as a Turk who is a Balkan. The chemical, though, hold on. What was I going to look up? I lost my train of thought. Right, what was the black chemical that they put on? They have something called this, but I don't think it was that. Dirty water. This is a tool that Israel developed. to do crowd control. Yeah, here we go. It's basically sewage contaminated water that smells really bad that they throw at you so that like you don't want to be there. It might be ectoplasm, maybe, yeah. I'm a little obsessed with the sultanate of women. I didn't realize you were Turkish. I'm still new here. Yeah, I am Turkish. I'm actually Turkish and I grew up in New Jersey, which is quite funny. The white stuff Israel dropped on the boat may have been a UV paint. That also might have been the thing. From what I saw, the two most likely outcomes were, one, it was either reflective so that they could continue to see and shine the boat better, and it would also like make the people uncomfortable that were there, or it was something that's supposed to like stick to you so that it's hard to get off and it just smells and it's just uncomfortable and it makes you not want to like go and touch it. It can make you nauseous. I can't remember what that fucking thing was, the water weapon that they have, but it's basically sewage water that they put at you and it makes you nauseous to have that on your skin. But continuing on, they stayed inside the boat for 10 hours.
بسحب ريما حسن وغريتا تمبر ومعهم تياغو الذي كان ينظم هذه الرحلة ومن ثم بدأوا ينادون علينا واحدا تلو الآخر. لم يكن يفرق معهم أي شيء إن كنت صحافة أو طبيب. معنا طبيب سيصل الطبيب اليوم بعد ساعتين تقريبا من الآن. حالته سيئة جدا. القنصل الفرنسي هناك ما أن يحاول أن يجلس مع أي شخص يفتح عليه الباب ولا يسمح له بالسرية مع مواطن الدولة. كانوا يزعجوا القنصل بشكل
He's not allowed to have any privacy. Well,
سريع جدا.
Whoopsie. Motherfucker. I lost it. Right, okay.
ساعات أخرى ابتدأوا طبعا في البداية بسحب ريما حسن وغريتا تمبر ومعهم تياغو الذي كان ينظم هذه الرحلة ومن ثم بدأوا ينادون علينا واحدا تلو الآخر. لم يكن يفرق معهم أي شيء إن كنت صحافة.
If you were a journalist or a doctor, we had a doctor with us. The doctor will arrive today in about 2 hours.
طبيب معنا طبيب سيصل الطبيب اليوم بعد ساعتين تقريبا من الآن. حالته سيئة جدا.
Yes, we're balkanizing, Mark. We're in a civil war. Trump has declared war on the state of, like, California. All right? Like, they're spraying... Are they spraying excrement? Maybe?
القنصل الفرنسي هناك ما أن يحاول أن يجلس مع أي شخص يفتح عليه الباب ولا يسمح له بالسرية مع مواطن الدولة. كانوا يزعجوا القنصل بشكل سيء جدا.
They put these people in solitary. And yes, they're on a hunger strike, but
على مدار يوم كامل وكنت أنا وهي بالغرفة.
Greta Thunberg was the one
ما أن تريد أن تنام أو ترتاح حاليا كلنا كنا في حالة إرهاق وتعب. كلما كانت تحاول أن تنام أو تسند رأسها على الحائط يأتي إلى الغرفة ضابط وبصوت عالي ينادي عليها جريتا لا تنامي هذا غير مسموح به.
Yeah, they didn't let you sleep. Greta, don't sleep. It is prohibited. They were not letting you sleep. They had the lights on. They were in a hunger strike, obviously, but they're also not giving you, you know, water. They're torturing. This is like the lightest version of what they do to Palestinians.
ما أن شعر أحد الضباط من أنني بدأت أفهم قليلا ما يفعلوه اقترب مني وقال قال لي لماذا أنت نتن هكذا بهذا الشكل ولماذا رائحتك سيئة. قلت لم تدعونا نرتاح منذ 3 أيام تقريبا. تقبلون بأن نرفع أيدينا في هذه اللحظات.
Mark, most influencers are like genuinely working for the enemy. Have you seen like what Asmongold has been saying lately? He has the boots so far down his throat that like it's coming out the other end. Whoever didn't sign the papers was threatened. For example, Ms. Rima Hassan
على سبيل المثال نائبة ريما حسن
is still there refusing to sign the papers. I heard the officer
استمعت إلى ضابط يهددها بشكل مباشر.
directly threaten her. Your head will be hit against the wall if you don't sign it. Nice. Yeah, you know, we love hearing Israel threaten to physically assault members of French parliament. You know, that's totally normal.
أبطم رأسك بالحيط بالجدار إذا لم توقع على وسنجري الطريقة سنجري هذه المعاملة بطريقتنا نحن.
Yeah, we know how your way is, you fucking scum. Nazis everywhere, man. Sounds to me like a declaration of war. Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? Think about this. Think about it this way. Imagine a U.S. House of Representatives member is being kept by the not by Israel, by the Mexican government in prison. And the U.S. representative will refuse to sign a paper that says that they illegally entered Mexico when they didn't illegally enter Mexico. They were kidnapped on a boat off the coast. They were in the Gulf of Mexico. Or sorry, the Gulf of America. Don't cancel me. So, you know, they get kidnapped. They get taken to prison in Mexico. And literally, the Mexican police is saying, if you don't sign the paper, I'm going to bash your head into a wall. What do you think America would do? Stupid is one thing. This is really something different. This is literally a declaration of war. Isn't this exactly what NATO's for? I mean, NATO's exactly for war with Russia, but I mean, close enough. Israel is Russia, so, you know. Serbia was attacked for less? No, they weren't. Serbia was attacked for a lot of other things. Serbia wasn't even attacked for doing a genocide. They were attacked because Hillary Clinton asked Bill to do it after, you know. We should bomb Serbia again, by the way, because they're doing it again. Everyone's doing their goddamn genocidal wars at the same time. But again, this is France. They're not happy with what's being done to their fucking member of parliament. Meanwhile, we're doing this. Can NATO bomb America, please? Because this is us. This is DC. Again, where do you think these tanks all go after the parade? Do you think that they're just gonna disappear? You know, when Trump says he's gonna put troops everywhere, where they're gonna invade major blue cities, where do you think these tanks and these Bradleys and these Strikers are all going to go? Because, you know, I feel like they might be going to your house, my house. Well, not my house, but... It's okay, Jesmer. I'll at you when I get back in the Discord. I'll have to, like, give you roles and everything and all that. I just don't have it open while I'm on stream because I thought maybe Discord was fucking my Twitch chat, but it wasn't. Whoopsie, that wasn't supposed to get shut. I still had one more thing to show you there. And remember, this was LA 2 days ago. This is what you're fighting against. These are the demons that you're fighting against right here. Does this look to you like America? Or does this look to you like we're in fucking, I don't know, Russia? Or some Baltic country? It's disgusting. But I am quite happy that we might actually be canceling the AUKUS deal.
Well, first up to breaking news this hour.
That's huge good news for Australia and incredibly weird news for America.
And a storage facility has been gutted by a massive blaze.
Wait, no, not you halfway through, goddammit. Always with the stupid first half being a different story.
Also breaking this morning, the Trump administration has launched a review of its AUKUS submarine pact with Australia. Live now to Today Federal Politics reporter Liz Daniels at Parliament House. Liz, what does this mean?
Jane, it's not yet clear, and that will worry the Albanese government. The Pentagon has this morning confirmed the $300 billion deal is under review to ensure that it aligns with President Trump's America First agenda. Defence Under Secretary Eldridge Colby has been reportedly appointed to spearhead this review, and he is a long-term sceptic of the AUKUS pact, a deal that was done by former President Joe Biden with the UK and Australia that would see Australia first acquire US-built nuclear submarines and then scale up industry here to be able to build our own. But the Trump administration has been putting pressure on Australia to increase defence spending and
Why are we so dumb? Oh wait, no, I know why. It's because Murdoch owns all our media. Like, genuinely, fuck these people. This was a terrible deal for Australia. France offered us cheaper and better submarines, and quicker.
George Colby, the man reportedly to spearhead this review, is among critics who believe that the US should instead be prioritising its own military needs. Of course, this, Jane, as the Prime Minister prepares to head overseas to Canada to meet with world leaders, there's a chance
we're
he will
de-arming
sit down
our
with Donald
military,
Trump,
right?
but a meeting is
At the same
yet to
time?
be confirmed, and there is now a growing list of high priority issues that the pair need to discuss.
We're spending more money on our military over here and making it shittier at the same time. Which, by the way, some of that money to the military is going here. This is $50 million you're paying for.
Let's just explain what's happening here. Right, so we're going to take 6,000 soldiers away from their family, away from their training. These folks are people that deploy all the time. We're going to take tanks from Texas, put them on rail cars and ship them to Washington, D.C. We're going to line the streets of Washington, D.C. with metal plates so those tanks don't rip it up, right? All for the cost of over $50 million, right? That is wrong. It takes soldiers away from their families, away from their mission. It wastes taxpayer dollars. I just don't have time for parades.
I mean, martial law is expensive, so I guess it makes sense. I mean, that's the point. Again, the point is to put you in prison and then make you have to work for free. That's the whole point. All of it revolves around that. But on the on what we're doing for our military, it's actually quite funny. If I could find the goddamn video. Mom, I finally got a deployment to Chicago. This is America. It is true. This is America. That's LA still right now. And then we have Tucson. Arizona.
Just before.
Maybe this will finally wake the fucking libs up. No, it won't. The libs are just going to go the other direction. I'm sorry to tell you. Most libs will go in the other direction.
We have heard flash, we have heard smoke go off, we've heard what looked to be a flash grenade of some sort. It looks like the protesters are moving forward as well. We have seen some of the protesters been maced just before I got on here. We had to run.
I like quit your job, kill yourself was a good one too. I did enjoy that. That one made the cops retreat. The libs question right now, by the way. Oh yeah, I know. Fuck, I didn't even want to talk about that one. Democrats face backlash over vote to express gratitude to ICE. Has Twitch stopped glitching? I don't know. No, it looks like the bitrate's still messy on there. But hey, if you guys are gonna drop a sub, you can do it on Twitch because they have a deal on, so it's cheaper right now. Cultural hegemony? Well, yes, that's what they want, but unfortunately, it's gonna be Chinese. Why is there no audio? The fuck? Some of them are kind of on it, but others are like whining about the optics of the Mexican flag or some shit. Literally, yeah. These people like stop caring about the flag. I know like the optics matter, but the other side uses Israeli flags. I don't care about optics. This is war. I'll care about optics when it matters. Oh, got the cop with the pepper spray. Love it. I don't use OBS, I use Streamlabs, and I don't have servers to pick to, but I'm going to look into it after this because I think it actually is Twitch, like, fucking me over.
Bigu.
So, I want to watch this because this I find interesting. I feel like that's kind of it for the news for the day, because Iran's not going to pop off today, obviously. It would have if it was going to already. The protests are still going on. I know there's lag on Twitch. There's nothing I can do about it. Jump over to YouTube today, please, guys. The only criticism I'll take of tactics, but never optics. Optics only matter when everyone believes in reality. That's true. Tactics, though. Tactics are important. We're doing kind of some dumb shit. Off topic. We're moving on. This is just interesting stuff. But this is dumb. So
Chinese forces just launched a massive invasion of Taiwan.
This is like what
the
would
U.S.
happen
Army deploys into action across dozens of small islands, but they would face 3 major challenges. In this nightmare scenario, American troops would be heavily outnumbered, they'd be difficult to resupply, and would now face swarms of enemy kamikaze drones. That's why the U.S. Army is pouring billions of dollars into a unique strategy to counter this dilemma.
Their brand new reconnaissance unit, called the Hunter-Killer Platoon, is the first ever American infantry equipped with next-generation FPV attack drones, high-tech jamming equipment, unarmored vehicles, and sophisticated new tactics learned from observing the war in Ukraine.
The mission of the Hunter-Killer Platoon...
See, here's the issue, right? We're trying to learn lessons from Ukraine, but we're learning the wrong lessons. The reason Ukraine likes these open, unarmored vehicles, they're not the Russian vehicles. Ukraine actually does like these vehicles, but it's because of how they work in Ukraine. But we couldn't employ this strategy in China. It wouldn't work that way. And the Ukrainians, by the way, want more heavy armor, not just this. But we are reducing our heavy armor and replacing it with this because it worked in Ukraine. While the Ukrainians don't want this. They want heavier armor.
Is to sense, kill, and protect on behalf of the brigade commander.
We've been tasked with being painfully light and disproportionately lethal.
Sir, that might be the first ever time that I've heard buzzwords go hard as
It's unprecedented to hear the Army call one of their own units painfully light, acknowledging just how crazy it is how unarmored they are. The British Army is creating a similar unit, calling it their Recce Strike model. In fact, Chinese forces are trying to develop the same capabilities, calling it something in Mandarin I can't pronounce. But not everyone thinks this controversial strategy is the right direction to go in. A high-ranking Army general is talking the plan publicly on X.
It is disarmament.
Because in order to pull off this multi-billion-dollar transformation, the Army has committed to canceling
disarmament so that we can funnel more money into the MIC.
Number of vehicles and removing tanks from some formations. Boys, this radical transformation is worth studying, I think, because every major force is copying the Ukrainian and Russian military's tactics here.
Reasons.
As my mom would always say when I was growing up, if Ukraine jumped off a bridge, would you jump too?
Yes.
Probably. Today, we're going to learn how recon's evolved, whether or not the Army's making a giant mistake here, and why they're betting everything on the Hunter-Killer Platoon. This recon unit's tactics are a direct response to the type of threats that the open source intelligence community has been flagging from hotspots in Ukraine and the South China Sea. That's why I reached out to this video's sponsor, SITREP, because they're an OpenL and intelligence professionals rely on.
Yes,
time spent in reconnaissance is seldom wasted. Recon has always been an important aspect of warfare. These are the elite soldiers who are trusted with gathering intelligence for the larger force. They're the eyes and ears of the main push. What's at stake with them? Good reconnaissance is often the difference between victory and defeat. Modern recon traces back to World War II with the cavalry units that drove around in unarmored, fast-moving jeeps to spot the enemy for the tanks. Then in Vietnam, it evolved to these long-range recon patrols, or LRRPs. These guys operated deep behind enemy lines, just on foot. They were dropped off by helicopters, and stealth was incredibly important to them. They developed a lot of the techniques and skills that are going to be evolved upon in this episode.
Speaking of techniques and skills, can somebody with like good audio editing like skills make a American version of the Hana Hanoi sounds that they played during the Vietnam War? Like, GI, your government has abandoned you. GI, they are lying to you. They've sent you to your death. Just like switch GI with Patriot and then make that a thing.
During the Cold War and the global war on terror, though, recon took a left turn in its evolution. Cavalry units traveled around in increasingly heavily armored Strykers, Bradleys. Their footprint increased. in order to survive against Soviet armored columns and then threats of insurgent ambushes and IEDs. Then a massive earth-shattering change was put into place in 2024. It was a major change to reconnaissance that the Army made that no one seemed to notice. The Army officially removed cavalry units from the infantry brigade combat teams, and what that means is thousands of Cav Scouts were inactivated and moved to the division level. What all this means is that the infantry will have to buy their own comfort pillows instead of sharing one with their 19 Delta Cav Scouts. This was basically a large divestment done to save funds to invest more money into air defense and counter UAV. It was based on lessons learned from observing the current war in Ukraine. As part of this transformation, you saw the M10 Booker was canceled, and so was the Humvee and JLTV. Then additional Apache attack helicopters were retired. All of this saved the Army billions of dollars so that they could put it into this transformation that we're about to talk about.
However, there was a problem. Without Cav Scouts attached to them, the infantry no longer had the ability to conduct full-scale reconnaissance, which is an issue because those are the guys who protect the main battle tanks and found targets for artillery and airstrikes and missile attacks.
Screw brain matter.
That's why this multifunctional reconnaissance company was recently created. But to find out the truth about this new recon unit, I went straight to the source. I was authorized to conduct an off-camera interview with U.S. Army Company Commander O'Hagan and Platoon Sergeant Spitzeri of active duty 101st Airborne Division. Together, they run one of these experimental new reconnaissance units. When I interviewed them for over an hour, they were actually currently forward deployed in Romania, just a few miles away from Ukraine's border.
Now remember, while we're watching this, the tactics that these vehicles and these strike teams are efficient for are what Russia uses in their war against Ukraine, which is, I don't know, horses with donkeys on the side that are carrying goods because they have no armor left, and these guys. Hold on. Actually, I do need to show you these guys. I can't believe I forgot about this. Hold on, this is amazing. Hold on. Russian war medicine. It's like a whole thread, but I'm not going to show you the whole thread. It is an interesting thread to read, but where are they? Here we go. My favorite photo of the Russian military. Come here. Motherfucker, fine. I'll just get it the long way. I don't care. I'm gonna find this. It wasn't that long ago I sent it. Bear with me. Oh, the post got taken down. That's why. Fuck, never mind. That's annoying.
These very tactics out that we're going to talk about. So most of the information in this episode about these new platoons and their capabilities, weapon systems, and tactics come directly from these active duty soldiers. So huge thank you to them for using their very limited personal downtime to bullshit on the phone with me about Army tactics. So I owe you guys a beer next time you're in the Jersey area.
So Captain O'Hagan informed me that the multi-domain reconnaissance company deploys 3 different types of platoons that each specialize in a different area. First is the Hunter-Killer Strike Platoon, second is the Electronic Warfare Platoon, and third is the Robotics Platoon.
And all of them have nothing to protect
them. In order to understand how each platoon works, we'll use the example of war sparking with China. Typically, the army is designed to fight on large land masses, like in Europe or the Middle East throughout history. They're now being redesigned to also be able to fight in a worst-case scenario on small island chains. The first thing the U.S. Army would do is send out Captain O'Hagan's new recon company to conduct joint forcible entry onto the island. Their lightweight, unarmored vehicles would make it easy for them to land on the island by Chinook helicopter. They are ahead of the brigade-sized large element of 4,000 soldiers. This multifunctional recon company is the most forward deployed position, the most forward
China
unit that pushes out to within 5 kilometers from enemy lines and 20 kilometers from the closest friendly units. They deploy 6 FPV drone teams that then search for the enemy. They spot a high-value target, a column of enemy Chinese People's Liberation Army armored tanks moving toward them. Sergeant Spitzeri's...
I found it. This is who these tactics were created to be used against. This is not what China's army looks like. This is what these tactics are meant for. These were the enemy where these vehicles were useful. This is not the enemy that we're going to be fighting with these vehicles. My favorite picture of like the Russian military, honestly. It's accurate too.
Platoon sends out 3 kamikaze drones to kill the lead tank, which stalls the rest of the enemy convoy.
Hunter Killer Platoon consists of 2 dismount reconnaissance teams, as well as 4 snipers that can move between the teams, and a Stinger Sergeant and Stinger Operator.
Each Hunter Killer Platoon has access to Kamikaze Switchblade 600 series anti-tank drones.
War.
Captain O'Hagan then calls in artillery fire on the enemy GPS coordinates. They then pack up and quickly displace to a new location. The multi-domain recon company is dispersed widely across the island and acts as a sensor, a hub that feeds in intelligence to the larger follow-on force.
This is not going to work well.
Actually, as I'm saying this out loud, hearing this come out of my mouth hole, I'm realizing I went on a hunter-killer platoon mission. When I was reporting from Ukraine, we infiltrated to within 5 kilometers of the enemy position in an unarmored, stealthy vehicle with a drone in the back. They used that as a sensor, and then they dropped munitions on the enemy, protecting and screening for the larger force.
But these changes are not without their critics. Retired Major General Pat Donahue said on X, quote, "A mobile brigade combat team concept has no protected firepower, no recon platform, and few light vehicles.
Even if we had the best equipment, I don't know how well the USA could really defend Taiwan if shit hit the fan. Like, if we were considering like the top tier equipment, like we have the best stuff and our soldiers are not worse than they were at the very beginning of the Iraq war. Like if we have that caliber of soldier, we'd win, but we would lose more than like we'd be willing to actually lose. In our current situation, I'm not sure we'll even try and defend Taiwan. And if we did, we wouldn't win.
It's disarmament, end quote. So the multi-domain recon company tactics are being pushed out to the rest of the force.
And remember,
as well.
I think that they're going to
transforming into what's called mobile brigade combat teams. Is the army learning the wrong lesson from the war in Ukraine? Are they taking the wrong lessons and applying them in the wrong way? The criticism of these new recon units and the new mobile brigade combat team is that the U.S. Army shouldn't be planning to fight in a contested environment.
Yeah.
They should plan to destroy the enemy's ability to contest the airspace in the first place.
Which is what we did for
we should look at the war in Ukraine and learn what we need to do differently instead of copying it. The Army's current Chief of Staff, General Randy George...
This is what happens when you fire all of the competent people.
...disagrees, though, and he's the man behind this transformation. And he responded to that criticism, saying, quote, "I would disagree with him. We're actually upgunning our infantry brigade combat teams into mobile brigade combat teams."
AJ, I actually thought it was going to be in in May of this year, but they had to do an extra test on their Fujian aircraft carrier, and that was too close to, like, when they were able to. June and May, early June, late May, mid-May, as well as mid-October to late October is the least choppiest waters for a landing invasion. Like, that's when the sea is most fitting for their, like, 5 giant bridge, like, ships to dock and to have a land invasion. Otherwise, it would be much more difficult. If they don't do it in October, what I do see them doing instead is blockading Taiwan with their ships and then trying to get like an internal coup to flip it. Like it's either that or a military invasion, but I do expect it to be this year.
85% smaller, much lower signature. But to say that we're disarming our
If you're wondering when it's going to happen, check the ports near like the Chinese ports near Taiwan and look for buildup of medical supplies or fuel or like building of like encampments for food, medical tents, stuff like that. You'll see that stuff start to pop up right before they do it. the USA goes full martial law, it spends damn near all its military patrolling its own streets. That might be a great time. I think that's the plan.
Combat team is wrong
I'm
because
still
we're
not
actually
convinced that we're
upgunning
not
their
working
capabilities.
with China.
End quote. So to better understand what the general means by their upgunning their capabilities, we have to look at the new recon company's second platoon, the Electronic Warfare EW platoon.
In our combat example, the People's Liberation Army, their unit retaliates by launching a swarm of kamikaze drones to find and kill our recon team. This EW platoon detects these drones by sniffing out their electromagnetic signals in the air. The EW platoon jams the incoming Chinese drones, dropping them to the earth. But what about fiber optic drones that are impervious to jamming? The US Army soldiers are able to use a new method to detect these drones early, and then to send their own interceptor drones after them.
And they are critical, because we know that jamming is responsible for the majority of drone losses in Ukraine. Ukrainian forces at one point lost around 10,000 drones a month to Russian electronic warfare systems.
Remember,
one of the soldiers in this
getting the shit
platoon
beat out
pulls
of
out
them
a
too.
Balchatri, which is a handheld drone detecting device. The Balchatri is a high-speed, expensive piece of kit, previously reserved only for like your special forces types.
If you look at the Army's publicly available 2025 budget request, they're asking for $13 million for these handheld anti-drone devices, and $54 million for the backpack-size drone jammers. Here's what the Wall Street Journal had to say about this transformation that they're tracking. They said, quote, "The U.S. Army is embarking on its largest overhaul since the end of the Cold War, with plans to equip each of its combat divisions with around 1,000 drones, and to shed outmoded weapons and other equipment. The plan, the product of more than a year of experimentation at this huge training range in Bulgaria.
So that, like,
according to U.S. officials, altogether, the overhaul would cost $36 billion over the next 5 years.
Yeah, I think most of this exists just to funnel more money into Palantir. Now, like, those drones are going to be useful. They are powerful, and Palantir is quite a good with drone warfare. But this is not a good tactic. It is disarmament, and it will not suit us in a war against China, which, to be fair, I don't think we should be in anyway, and I'm still not convinced that we're not already working with China behind the scenes. Remember the tariff war? Well, that ended today. You know, we made a deal. We accepted a deal in which China puts 55% tariffs on us, and we put 10% on them. That was the deal we agreed to today, so, you know, part of the deal.
So I think there's something about the recon role that's very attractive. It's the idea that you're independent, you're far away from reinforcements, totally reliant on your skills for survival. I think it's easy to romanticize reconnaissance because operating in remote locations is many soldiers' fantasy.
Unseen on the face of the earth, in orbiterium non
That's every
vise.
deal.
The U.S. Army Company Commander,
Dude wears
Captain
diapers for a reason.
O'Hagan, told me, quote, "We are able to sense the enemy's Wi-Fi and Bluetooth signature. In today's day and age, everything from our Garmin watches to complex radar systems is emitting a signature that can be targeted. With that information, we can begin to determine what size element is in the area and launch UAS to identify it, followed by a strike. EW is an amazing tool that we need to force ourselves to learn and leverage because it's almost like speaking a different language."
There's something wild to thinking about how the Bluetooth signal emitting from my watch could get my entire squad killed.
Yes, it can.
Carl, turn your Apple Watch off. We don't need to know how many steps you walk today. You're gonna get us all killed. According to Captain O'Hagan, the Electronic Warfare Platoon is composed of electronic warfare and UAV soldiers who are attached to the infantry. So if you signed up for the electronic warfare job because your recruiter told you that you'd be sitting in some air-conditioned room farming XP points for your civilian career later on when you get out, think again.
We're doing
You're going to the front lines, brother. Sergeant Spitzeri said the main way we stay hidden is being hyper-paranoid, staying on the move via infantry squad vehicles and operating in communication windows. If you make a radio transmission, you need to move.
That's true.
We have ordered thermal blankets as well, but at the end of the day, survivability comes down to limiting our signature, moving if you emit, and executing the basics at an extreme.
Now understand that Ukraine uses these tactics because they have to. But if they had heavy armor, they wouldn't have to use these tactics. But because they did well using these tactics, because we didn't give them any heavy armor, our officials think, oh, this is better than heavy armor.
High level.
The
company commander of the recon unit told me a mantra that they preach is that no help is coming. They're far out there on the frontier.
The electronic warfare platoon allows our guys to stay hidden and jam those incoming PLA drones, but they're unable to stop what happens next. The People's Liberation Army Battalion begins assaulting forward quickly. This is where the 3rd Recon Platoon jumps into action. This is the Robot Platoon. They operate unmanned ground vehicles called UGVs. But that's just a nice way of saying killer robot.
Right now, these are not actually that useful. Like, these are useful for carrying, like, people, like injured people out of the front lines and carrying goods to the front lines, but they're not really a good defense. Now, they're trying to make this a weapon, but this being the only set of defensive, like, protocol that this entire group has is wild. Our efficiency service members is endlessly replaceable. Yeah, that really says a lot. Now I'm like pretty confident the U.S. military is a bit of a paper tiger right now. A very well-armed but paper tiger. We're making it so.
Isn't it? The platoon deploys their Themis, which
now,
looks
like,
like
the idea is, like, sure, we'll be weak for a little bit, but eventually we'll catch up with the tech and then have the, you know, full Terminator army. But, like, I'm not sure we'll ever get there.
Tank to slow down the advancing People's Liberation Army. And they pin them down with remote-controlled machine gun fire.
This is the defense
This
for the
buys
strike
our
group
recon
that has
team
no
time
armor
to
on it
exfiltrate
at all.
out of there. Captain O'Hagan said currently the robot platoon is focused mostly on pack mule stuff, but the robots are designed to transport fresh batteries, weapons, and ammo.
So they're not even designed to use weapons, yet that is meant to be their distraction and defense so that they can exfil while while the forces are focused on the machine shooting them. It's not a good plan.
This new recon unit and the mobile brigade combat team are going to be painfully light. The infantry squad vehicle is the single most controversial part of the new reconnaissance strategy because they're completely unarmored. It doesn't even have doors. It's
like,
basically
there is a use
Chevrolet
case for this. It's just not every use case. That's the issue I have with it. I'm not saying you can't have this. I'm saying replacing existing, like, infrastructure with this is insane.
Truck that's been modified and tricked out for the Army. It's a Ghost Rider of a whip. Big Army put a major investment into them to acquire 2,000 for $200 million.
Are you kidding me? $200 million for 2,000 of these? Are you kidding me? Why are these that expensive? There are no reason to be that expensive. Russia can make these for $7.23. God damn, we just have to pay all of our money to the military-industrial complex. It just has to take all of it from you. Every last drop. They've been robbing you since 9/11. Actually, they've been robbing you since well before 9/11. But, like, they just can't get enough, can they? The greedy fucking pigs.
I remember when I first saw these and I thought it was a totally bat crazy idea. No way would I want to ride around in vulnerable vehicles like that. And I wasn't the only one who thought that. But many units will now be trading in their armored strikers and Abrams tanks and Bradleys for this infantry squad vehicle.
Literally, why? Why would you do that? Listen, that's the insane part. I don't care about having this. You can have this, but
no way would I want to ride around in vulnerable vehicles like that. And I wasn't the only one who thought that. But many units will now be trading in their armored strikers and Abrams tanks and Bradleys for this infantry squad vehicle.
This is actual waste, fraud, and abuse. Yeah. You have to give up your tank, your Abrams, your fucking Bradley for this shit? Are you kidding?
Because those are all going to the division level. I read through a series of reports from the Pentagon's testing department on these vehicles. In 2020, those testing departments also agreed and clearly thought there was some wild shit going on here, because at first, the top testing department said that the infantry squad vehicle was, quote, not operationally effective and wasn't protected enough and couldn't carry enough supplies for more than a day's mission. The actual designers of the infantry squad vehicle then clapped back at the Pentagon. Steve Herrick, the guy in charge of the ISV program, told Breaking Defense that the infantry squad vehicle is not designed to defeat or counter specific threats, nor is it intended to operate as a combat fighting platform.
No, it's meant to go and, like, fuck around and do terrorist strikes, essentially. They're meant to go and drop in, do a drone strike, and fuck off. But, that's not exactly useful in Taiwan. This could be useful in America. They could employ this on us. That would be useful. Not to like give them any ideas, but like this would be far more useful in America than overseas. Birthday bash is also waste, fraud, and abuse. Oh, absolutely. Remember, if you protest his birthday party, he will kill you. When you have a competent government, you use trade to dominate the world, so you never have to use your rusty-ass military, but, you know, Waliban, so... Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Waliban... We're a terrorist state, we're kidnapping people, and we're holding them hostage. ICE needs to free the hostages.
The primary role of the ISV is as a troop carrier to provide ground mobility to designated infantry rifle squads, reducing their need to cover large areas of terrain on foot. When I spoke with Sergeant Spitzeri and Commander O'Hagan, they gave me their opinion on the vehicles, saying, quote, "The infantry squad vehicles are a tremendous asset to move the brigade rapidly after a joint forcible entry. It's meant to cover ground fast, ditch and recover after actions on the objective." Commander O'Hagan said that the unit was just on foot prior to being issued these vehicles and that this was a way better way than having to walk everywhere, essentially.
Yeah, I could see
Either
that.
way, by 2024, the Pentagon had stated they changed their mind and that the issues with the vehicle had since been corrected and that they were all good to go with the infantry squad vehicle.
The squad vehicle could be unpredictable and reach remote places that enemy drones might not be searching for them at, might not expect them to find them there. It can travel to where the Stryker, Bradley, and Abrams can't. Infantrymen are meant to quickly jump out, ditch the vehicle, and recover it later on. First in, last out. The mobility isn't just for movement. It sets the hunter-killer platoon up to get eyes on target that no one else can. And once they spot something worth blowing up, that's where the next piece of the...
Replacing all of the existing units with this is insane.
Tech comes into play. Sentinel AI. If you're like me, you find AI to be kind of boring and lame and kind of gay and not in the good way where there's two bros staring at each other longingly for several minutes with uninterrupted eye contact. But it's important we talk about it, I promise. You'll be glad that you heard this out. Once an enemy target is detected by the hunter-killer platoon, that information is sent to new artificial intelligence software called Sentinel AI. Can't make this shit up. Sentinel's job is to basically be ChatGPT, but instead of sending out recipes and questions about weird rashes that I'm too embarrassed to ask my doctor about, it computes firing solutions for artillery cannons. It's combined with the new AI Shrike, and it takes the targeting process even further.
So everything is Palantir. Again, this is what I mean by we're no longer even the United States of America. We are just Palantir.
Commander O'Hagan explain it because his answer was kind of mind-blowing. He said, quote, "The artificial intelligence is truly the future in terms of shortening the kill chain, which everyone loves to say, and connecting the sensor to shooter. It runs 3 algorithms: aided threat recognition, call for fire generation, and adjust for fire corrections. Aided threat recognition is essentially an object detection, putting a green square over suspected enemy equipment on a map. The user then clicks the threat that he wants to prosecute. This then generates a call for fire mission. Now, generating a call for fire mission, depending on the user, can take 8 minutes plus and generally is inaccurate. Shrike, however, generates a call for fire mission instantaneously in the target location. Error is within 45 meters, which means lethal effects. Once the rounds impact, the AI can automatically generate corrections if the rounds are not having the desired effects. Again, that's done at a greater speed.
Guys, could you imagine this being employed on U.S. citizens? Because I can.
And with greater accuracy. This takes the time from 8 minutes to less than 60 seconds for fire missions. So this is the reason why they can justify being painfully light, because the infantry plan to be disproportionately lethal with their targeting systems. The British military is using similar messaging with their defense documents, saying that they plan to have their ground forces be 10x more lethal.
So how do you get selected to join this new recon unit? When I deployed to Iraq, the scout platoon would take all the squared away...
It's like the best of the best of the best that get to go join this recon unit. It's still insane to me to replace the existing recon unit, all of them, with that, not even knowing why those tactics were useful in the first place. That is what it is. Oh, cool thing right here. Just to, you know, get some knowledge in ya. Here's an anti-ice protester using a traffic cone and a bottle of water to try and extinguish a gas canister. This tactic was popular during the 2019 Hong Kong uprising. One little note here, though. So, excellent job, but you actually need 2 people because you need to put water at the base of the cone as well to create a seal, and that will really kill it. But if you're just trying to get it lower so that you can kick it back, this is fine, but they all have gas mask anyway, so kicking it back doesn't really do much. If you seal the bottom of the cone and then pour water on the top, then it will actually, like, end the gas canister. And yes, because they want it, that is all. And just a friendly reminder...
This is your reminder that the Second Amendment only is in the Constitution because the Founding Fathers said if the government deploys its military against its citizens, the citizens have a right to fight back. Have a good day.
And remember, this is what the police are doing. This is literally several attempted murders. The horses are trained to not trample people, and they are trying really hard to get the horses to trample him to death. Because these idiots probably think that that can get, I don't know, reported as an accidental death or something. No, but they want to kill you. They want you to die. That's what the police think that they should be doing. That's how they behave when they think no one's watching. The Founding Fathers are spinning in their graves at the speed of light right now. Like, honestly, at this point, like, America died, guys. America's dead. This is Al-Qaeda. We live in a terrorist state. I want you to, one more time, see this, because this is how they see you. This is a regular fucking person.
Clips of the bullshit that's going on. I encourage you to see the whole video. I'm tagging the creator down below.
This really was fucking
I want us to
crazy.
focus on this guy right there. Look at him. Trigger happy as fuck. So I just showed you him, right? Look at that. Oh, what's passing by? Where's our money going, right?
This is somebody on her way to her house, which is down the street for her apartment.
Literally, just out of camera shot.
She's asking them.
They're telling her to move, but that's a public sidewalk. They're telling her to move. Watch, if they shoot her.
She was just asking them a question. That's it.
They're evil. Like, you don't do this if you're not evil. They want to incite violence. They want you to get mad and fight them. Because then they get to call martial law. But I also don't think that you should let them do this and get away with it.
Come on, we're moving, assholes! Oh, you got it. Hang on. I just need to get out of their sight. Here, I got some supplies in my bag. Sit down.
Come prepared.
And then they see you, even if you were...
They're gonna shoot. We're moving! We're moving! Stop!
You're not even at a protest. You know that, right? Like, this isn't at a protest. This is just, like, on the... This was right next to where this woman lives when she got shot trying to go home.
They're gonna shoot her again.
Come on. Guys, I am fucking boiling after that shit.
I'm, like, I can't deal with it anymore. Free the hostages. California has a right to exist. ICE is a terrorist organization. Remember January 7th, 2025. Sorry, not January. June 7th, 2025. I'm gonna work on that. That's really, like, how I feel right now. Alright, I'm gonna show you one more thing. This one's fun. But before I do, I want to tell you all, I will be here Saturday. I will be streaming from the beginning of the fucking daily events all the way till the end of the parade. That's 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will be both on YouTube and Twitch. If you haven't already joined the Discord and followed me on both, please do. Never forget 611. True. Martial law argument is actually bullshit at this point. They're going to do what they want regardless, so long as the Democrats don't repel illegal ICE raids and no governor has the will to do so. Well, this is what I mean. Like, the martial law is just like their justification, but we are already at war. This is a civil war. They are using the military illegally to occupy states. You have the Second Amendment for this very specific reason. It's the exact reason you have the Second Amendment, is this. It's specifically this. So, you know. And also, this is funny to me.
This is the most disrespectful domination I've ever seen in kickboxing. These fighters train you.
Turn the AI voice off. Just kick right in the face. Like, it's a spam button. In fight, Madison Jefferson fought for Sanctuary City, same guy who drafted the second. Fact, yeah. Absolutely. That's the whole point of the Second Amendment. Imagine getting fucked up like this, though. Like, girl's just using her foot. One foot. Just kick over and over again. It's wild. Yeah, smile. I'd be smiling too. Oh yeah, fun. Alright, well, that's it for today. Thanks for coming in, guys. I'm gonna try and see what's up with Twitch and try and fix that. But I really do think it's from Twitch's end, and I hope that that's not like them actually throttling me. Because that would suck, because YouTube is also, pretty shit. She's just sidekicking her the entire time. True. Thanks for the stream. Thank you guys for tuning in, and I will see you all on Saturday. I hope you all have a lovely night. Stay safe if you're going to go to the protest. And remember, if you get arrested, shut the fuck up. Nice to meet you too, McSecular. Don't forget to join the Discord. And follow me on Twitter